will be withheld is what the ICC officials are saying. This is not an official statement, but reports are citing multiple sources from ICC saying that if Pakistan denies playing T20 World Cup and will come to side with Bangladesh on this particular issue, then of course Pakistan will face the wrath of ECC and the entire media rights revenue will be withheld.
So just to put an understanding to it is that, there's a member agreement. There's a membership agreement that is called the Member Participation Agreement that is in fact binding to all the nations who are actually participating, which can invite sanctions from the ICC. The same threat that was looming on Bangladesh, we in fact have to wait and watch if there is any penalty over Bangladesh. But the fact that Scotland was put in place of Bangladesh, right now the matter seems sorted. But the fact that for future tournaments, this could actually cast a shadow on Bangladesh's chances. Similarly, Pakistan, now as Hina mentioned about the meeting that are taking place, we expect that a decision could be announced by Pakistan by Friday or by Monday, the latest. That's what we're going to know as far as the local media reports are concerned. The fact that these are broadcasters, this is a multi-billion dollar tournament where the sponsor shows, the promotions for the shows, and the special segments of the broadcasters, they are all involved, and that will be affected if at all Pakistan pulls out of this. And what we understand, Hina and Oyona, is that this is unlikely that Pakistan will be boycotting. It can actually not afford to do that. Remember back in 2023 when the T20 World Cup was being held, that time as well, recently whenever there has been a tournament in India, Pakistan has tried to show that it is trying to dig in heels and it will not come to India. This time it's just repeating its patterns. It's unlikely that they will be successful in this boycott call, and if at all they do, they will be facing sanctions and could be sued by the broadcasters. $38 million, that is Pakistan. We do know that they cannot afford to do that. Having said that, they could be also exploring a form of protest that we are understanding as per reports that they could be even wearing black armbands for Bangladesh being thrown out of this tournament and dedicating this, if at all they manage to win any match, to Bangladesh. So that is something that that Pakistan is mulling over. And we do understand, Noyana, Hina, that this is all to impress the people, their own people in the country, because that's the least or the best what we understand that Pakistan can do. It has never been successful in these antics. There is no basis of them. There is no basis for boycotting. I mean, boycotting for another country, that is something that has no basis at all. So this is only going to, come on even more heavier on Pakistan. It comes as a cost, which Mohsin Naqvi, Shahbaz Sharif, they all know very well, and they won't be successful this time as well.
All right, Rakshita and Hina, thank you very much for joining us and putting that into perspective. We'll keep a close watch, viewers, on what action the ICC takes on Pakistan's indecisiveness. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to what's happening in Rajasthan, where acting on a tip-off, the police has foiled a major security threat, seizing nearly 10,000 kilograms of explosive material from the Nagaur district. Now, the accused is 58-year-old Suleiman Khan. He was arrested from the spot after seizing around 10,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate from his farmhouse. Now, the vehicle that was used for supplying explosives was also seized by the police. Our team on ground takes you to that very spot from where tons of explosives was recovered. Take a look.
मेरे पीछे आप ये फार्म हाउस कह लीजिए, इस जगह से ही वो 9,550 किलो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट बरामद किया गया। और आप इस लोकेशन के बारे में समझेंगे, अगर मेरे विजय महेश जी आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो बिल्कुल खेतों के बीच का ये पूरा इलाका। यहाँ पे पहुंचने के लिए भी तकरीबन मेन रोड से 4 किलोमीटर आपको अंदर आना पड़ेगा। बिल्कुल सुनसान जगह पर इस फार्म हाउस के अंदर इतनी बड़ी संख्या में अमोनियम नाइट्रेट इकट्ठा करना किस और इशारा कर रहा है? क्या कोई कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी? किस कारण से अमोनियम नाइट्रेट को यहां पर इकट्ठा किया गया, ये अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है। और यही कारण है कि जिसका ये फार्म हाउस बताया जा रहा है सुलेमान, उसको पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार किया है और उससे पूछताछ लगातार आगे की जा रही है। लेकिन इस पूरे फार्म हाउस की तस्वीर जब मैं आपको दिखाऊं तो आप समझ पाएंगे कि ये लोहे की जालियां आपको यहाँ पर लगी नजर आएंगी, अलग अलग दरवाजे, और उन दरवाजों के अंदर सफेद कट्टों में वो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट भरा हुआ था जो कि एक्सप्लोजिव बनाने में काम आता है। आपको याद होगा कि दिल्ली लाल किले के बाहर जो ब्लास्ट हुआ उसमें भी अमोनियम नाइट्रेट का इस्तेमाल किया गया था, लेकिन वो बहुत कम मात्रा का अमोनियम नाइट्रेट था, क्योंकि फरीदाबाद जो कि दिल्ली से सटा हुआ है वहां से तकरीबन 3000 किलो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट बरामद किया गया। लेकिन राजस्थान, जयपुर, अजमेर से आगे इस फार्म हाउस में 9550 किलो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट मिलना, जो कि दिल्ली से अगर आप तुलना करेंगे तकरीबन 3 गुना ज्यादा। किस कारण से यहां पर लाया गया, ये अपने आप में सवाल खड़े कर रहा है। अगर आप इस विंडो को देखेंगे, इस विंडो के ठीक बगल में आपको ये लकड़ी का जो कार्टून है, डब्बा है, बॉक्स है, वो नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन इस विंडो के बाहर से ही मैं पढ़ पा रहा हूं कि एक्सप्लोजिव इस कार्टून के ऊपर लिखा हुआ है। देखिए EXPLOSIVE, एक्सप्लोजिव बाहर से लिखा हुआ है, और इन्हीं कार्टून के जरिए वो डेटोनेटर अंदर रखे गए थे। इसी कार्टून के जरिए अमोनियम नाइट्रेट जो है वो रखा गया था, और इन्हीं कार्टून और अलग अलग आप देखेंगे अंदर आपको बोरियां रखी हुई नजर आएंगी। और इसी जगह पर जब पुलिस पहुंचती है, रेड्स कंडक्ट करती है, तो यहां से हजारों संख्या में जो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है उसकी बरामदगी की गई। और यही कारण था कि पुलिस इस पूरे मामले की अब जांच करती नजर आ रही है। नागौर के एक सुनसान जगह पर सुलेमान जिस गाड़ी से अमोनियम नाइट्रेट इकट्ठा करता था, वो तस्वीरें भी मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा ताकि आप समझ पाएंगे कि कॉन्स्पिरेसी जिसको बोला जा रहा है उसके पीछे तमाम फैक्ट्स हैं। फैक्ट्स ऐसे कि धीरे धीरे उस जगह को एक तरीके से सैनिटाइज किया गया, चिन्हित किया गया, और चिन्हित करने के बाद गाड़ी के जरिए अमोनियम नाइट्रेट जो है वो इस फार्म हाउस तक पहुंचाया गया। ये गाड़ी आप देख रहे हैं बोलेरो गाड़ी है, और इसी गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल जो है वो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट को लाने के लिए किया जाता था। और इसी गाड़ी में कर सुलेमान अमोनियम नाइट्रेट को लेकर फार्म हाउस में पहुंचता था, और धीरे धीरे करके उसने तकरीबन 9550 किलो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट जो है वो इकट्ठा कर लिया। आप देखेंगे पीछे सामान रखने की पूरी जगह है, और इस गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल करके वो इस फार्म हाउस तक अमोनियम नाइट्रेट को लेकर पहुंचता था। हालांकि सुलेमान से पूछताछ में उसने बताया कि वो माइनिंग के लिए ये सभी जो चीजें हैं वो इकट्ठी कर रहा था, लेकिन पुलिस और प्रशासन को इस बात पर शक है कि 10,000 किलो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट क्या माइनिंग के लिए वो इकट्ठा करा था। हालांकि माइनिंग भी इलीगल है, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी क्वांटिटी में एक सुनसान जगह पर एक फार्म हाउस में इस तरीके से एक अमोनियम नाइट्रेट को इकट्ठा करना, यही जांच का दायरा और ज्यादा बढ़ा रहा है। और अभी भी आप देखेंगे कि राजस्थान पुलिस के जो सुरक्षा कर्मी हैं वो यहां पर आपको तैनात नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार रेड्स अलग अलग लोकेशन पर की जा रही हैं। रेड्स उन जगहों पर की जा रही है जिन जगहों से ये अमोनियम नाइट्रेट खरीदा गया।
Viewers, coming up at 6 Stories at 6. It's being called the mother of all trade deals. India and the EU sign a historic, a landmark free trade agreement. But this deal is making President Trump very uncomfortable. We'll tell you all this and much more on 6 Stories at 6.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't spoken. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions, speech, or affiliations. According to the complaint reviewed by Bloomberg, Trump's lawyers state that, quote, debanking is a matter of public interest and significant importance to all consumers and businesses in the United States of America. They argue that J.P. Morgan Chase, given its history and size, is a central actor in what they call a troubling saga. This lawsuit frames this not just as a personal grievance, but as part of a broader campaign against the weaponization of the banking sector. The allegation is that financial institutions are acting as ideological gatekeepers, cutting off access to capital for those who don't align with certain political views. J.P. Morgan Chase has been quick to respond, and they are firmly denying these accusations. In a statement released shortly after the news broke, the bank rejected the idea that political or religious factors play any role in
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanking. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions, speech, or affiliations. According to the complaint reviewed by Bloomberg, Trump's lawyers state that, quote, debanking is a matter of public interest and significant importance to all consumers and businesses in the United States of America. They argue that JP Morgan Chase, given its history and size, is a central actor in what they call a troubling saga. This lawsuit frames this not just
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, India and EU has signed a landmark deal, the mother of all deals. In fact, we have a big statement coming in from Vicky lauding the deal. We'll get you all the details. But first up, headlines.
आज भारत ने अपने इतिहास का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न किया है।
Mother of all trade deals signed, tariffs on European cars, medical items vying to be cut.
We did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. When India succeeds, the world is more stable, more prosperous, and more secure. And we all benefit.
India-Europe FTA important to ensure rules-based global order, says EU's chief. Reports say Bangladesh may replace Pakistan if PCB boycotts ICC T20 World Cup 2026.
ये ऐसे लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करता है जो उसके हिसाब से पैगंबर के विरुद्ध कुछ बोलते हैं, वेपन भी कलेक्ट कर रहा है, इनको मर्डर करने का ये प्लान बनाता रहता है। खास करके मुफ्ती मसूद अजहर और रऊफ असगर को काफ़ी ज़्यादा फॉलो करता है ये।
Major terror module busted in Gujarat. ATS says a terror suspect was highly radicalized. Clashes erupt across the two districts in the state of Bihar after violence and stone pelting reported during Saraswati idol immersion. Welcome viewers. Our top focus at this hour, the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, has now welcomed the landmark India-EU Free Trade Agreement, which was concluded just a short while before, describing it as an agreement of strategic scale and long-term significance. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in a statement, FICCI President Arnab Goswami congratulated the government for securing this milestone pact, emphasizing that the European Union represents the most expansive and high potential market covered under India's recent FTA engagements. Now it further says the deal unlocks a deeper economic collaboration, providing Indian businesses, particularly in textiles, pharmaceuticals, engineering goods, leather and services, with preferential access to a vast market. In fact, it's projected to significantly boost exports, attract investments, foster technology transfer and enhance India's global value chain integration while supporting sustainable development initiatives, including EU aid for green transitions. All right, viewers, we also have another statement coming in from the Confederation of Indian Industry. It has also hailed the agreement between India and EU, which was concluded. It calls it a strategic breakthrough in India's global trade strategy. Now, viewers, in a statement issued today, CII Director General Chandrajit Banerjee describes the pact as a landmark deal that deepens ties between leading democracies and economies. In today's world, it represents nearly 25% of global GDP, while securing unprecedented preferential access for over 99% of Indian exports to the high-value EU market. Now, Banerjee emphasized that the agreement dramatically enhances
competitiveness, integrates Indian manufacturers and service providers more firmly into global value chains, while also accelerating inflows of investment, technology and scale across priority sectors including textiles, clothing, leather, footwear, gems, jewelry, marine products, engineering goods, automobiles, agriculture, processed foods, as well as IT-enabled services along with other professional services. Now it further says by delivering concrete benefits to labour-intensive industries and MSMEs alongside a forward-looking mobility framework for Indian talent, the FTA here aligns closely with India's long-term vision of Viksit Bharat, a developed India by 2047. Now the statement also says the agreement fosters, sustains inclusive, global competitive economic growth for both the parties involved. All right, that's the latest statement coming in from CII on the deal signed between India as well as the European Union. All right, viewers, we're getting a lot of reactions on the deal signed between India and European Union. The latest one coming in from the president of, in fact, the Confederation of Indian Industry. The organization has also hailed the agreement. Let's also listen into some of the reactions we have on this.
आज एक और ऐतिहासिक अवसर है जब विश्व की दो सबसे बड़ी लोकतांत्रिक शक्तियां अपने संबंधों में एक निर्णायक का सबसे बड़ा एफटीए संपन्न होना और आज इतने सारे सीईओज के साथ इतने बड़े लेवल पर भारत यूरोपियन यूनियन बिजनेस फोरम आयोजित होना, ये सब उपलब्धियां विश्व की दो सबसे बड़ी लोकतांत्रिक शक्तियां इनके बीच हो रहे अभूतपूर्व अलाइनमेंट का प्रतीक है। फ्रेंड्स, यह अलाइनमेंट कोई एक्सीडेंट नहीं है। मार्केट इकोनॉमीज होने के नाते हमारे साझा मूल्य हैं। वैश्विक स्थिरता के प्रति हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताएं हैं और ओपन सोसाइटीज के रूप में हमारे लोगों के बीच स्वाभाविक जुड़ाव भी है। इसी मजबूत आधार पर हम अपनी साझेदारी को नई ऊंचाई दे रहे हैं। हम इसे विश्व की सबसे प्रभावशाली साझेदारियों में से स्थापित कर रहे हैं और इसके नतीजे भी हमें साफ दिख रहे हैं। पिछले 10 वर्षों में हमारा व्यापार 2 गुना होकर 180 बिलियन यूरो तक पहुंच गया है। भारत में 6000 से अधिक यूरोपीय कंपनियां काम कर रही हैं। यूरोपियन यूनियन से भारत में 120 बिलियन यूरो से अधिक का निवेश है। भारत की 1500 कंपनियां यूरोपियन यूनियन में मौजूद है और वहां भारतीय निवेश लगभग 40 बिलियन यूरो तक पहुंच चुका है। आज भारत और यूरोपियन कंपनीज के बीच R&D, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और सर्विसेज हर क्षेत्र में गहरा सहयोग है और आप जैसे बिजनेस लीडर्स इसके कर्ता भी हैं और लाभार्थी भी। फ्रेंड्स, अब समय है कि हम इस साझेदारी को होल ऑफ द सोसाइटी पार्टनरशिप बनाएं। इसी सोच के साथ हमने आज एक व्यापक एफटीए पूरा किया है। इसे भारत के लेबर इंटेंसिव उत्पादों को यूरोपियन यूनियन मार्केट में इजी एक्सेस मिलेगा। इसमें विशेष तौर पर टेक्सटाइल, जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी, ऑटो पार्ट्स और इंजीनियरिंग गुड्स शामिल हैं। फ्रूट्स, वेजिटेबल्स, प्रोसेस्ड फूड और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स उसमें नए अवसर बनेंगे। इसका सीधा लाभ हमारे किसानों को, हमारे मछुआरों को मिलेगा। हमारे सर्विस सेक्टर को भी इससे फायदा होगा। विशेष रूप से आईटी, एजुकेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन और बिजनेस सर्विस लाभान्वित होंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज ग्लोबल बिजनेस में बड़ी उथल-पुथल है। हर कंपनी अपनी मार्केट स्ट्रेटेजी और पार्टनरशिप को नए सिरे से देख रही है। ऐसे समय में यह एफटीए बिजनेस जगत के लिए एक साफ और सकारात्मक संदेश है। यह दोनों पक्षों की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी के लिए सक्षम, भरोसेमंद और फ्यूचर ओरिएंटेड पार्टनरशिप बनाने का स्पष्ट निमंत्रण है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सभी इस एफटीए के अवसरों का पूरा लाभ उठाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन की कई प्राथमिकताओं की उसको आपके बिजनेस पार्टनरशिप के भी लाभ मिल सकता है। मैं इस संदर्भ में 3 प्राथमिकताओं की बात करूंगा। पहला, आज विश्व में व्यापार, टेक्नोलॉजी और क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स को वेपनाइज किया जा रहा है। हमें साथ मिलकर अपनी निर्भरताओं को डी रिस्क करने की आवश्यकता है। क्या हमारी बिजनेस कम्युनिटी मिलकर ईवीज, बैटरीज, चिप्स और एपीआईज में बाहरी निर्भरता घटा सकती है? क्या हम भरोसेमंद सप्लाई चेन का साझा विकल्प खड़ा कर सकते हैं? दूसरा, भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन दोनों का फोकस डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज और फ्रंटियर टेक्नोलॉजी पर रहा है। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि आप डिफेंस, स्पेस, टेलीकॉम और एआई जैसे क्षेत्रों में साझेदारी बढ़ाएं। तीसरा, एक क्लीन एंड सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर दोनों की प्राथमिकता है। ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन से लेकर सोलर एनर्जी और स्मार्ट ग्रिड, हर क्षेत्र में हमें ज्वाइंट रिसर्च और इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ाना चाहिए। दोनों इंडस्ट्रीज को मिलकर स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स और सस्टेनेबल मोबिलिटी पर भी काम करना चाहिए। इसके साथ साथ वाटर मैनेजमेंट, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी और सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर, हर क्षेत्र में मिलकर सॉल्यूशंस डेवलप करने चाहिए। फ्रेंड, आज के इन ऐतिहासिक निर्णयों के बाद अब विशेष जिम्मेदारी आप सभी पर है। अब अगला कदम बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को उठाना है। द बॉल इज ऑन योर कोर्ट। आपके आपसी सहयोग से ही हमारी साझेदारी, ट्रस्ट, रीच और स्केल मिलेगा। आपके प्रयासों से हम शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी हासिल कर पाएंगे। आइए हम अपनी अपनी क्षमताएं जोड़ें और पूरी दुनिया के लिए ग्रोथ का डबल इंजन बने। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving out a statement on just sealed deal between India as well as European Union. He says that it is not an accident that such a deal has been signed. It is a conscious effort on both the sides. Biggest economies, biggest democracies who've come together to sign this deal. All right, my colleague now Pranav joins me on this. Pranav, Prime Minister Modi says it is not an accident, it's a conscious decision taken on the part of New Delhi to sign this deal, and also specifically mentioning that there's global chaos in the market, and against this backdrop, this deal comes into play.
Well, yes. I mean, what we've signed today is actually a historic agreement between the European Union and India. The deal is obviously going to take some time before it actually gets implemented. But what we're looking at is primarily a huge impact in terms of two or three things. One is, of course, that European Union and India together make about 25% of the world's GDP. The European Union itself is about an 18 trillion euro market. So Indian products will be getting access to that market. And India, as Ursula von der Leyen has already said, it's about about 2 billion people, as she said. So the European Union, certain products will get access to India's, consumer-driven market. So it's a win-win situation for both, and that's why they're hailing this as a historic agreement between the two parties here.
Right, of course, Pranav, it is an integration of a market comprising almost 2 billion people. We're looking at 25% of global GDP, 1/3 of global trade. I want to ask you, when we talk about gains for India specifically, which sectors are likely to gain from this deal?
Okay, as we reported yesterday, in fact, the automobile sector is one that has already been given a relief. The European automobile sector, wherein the existing tax slabs from 110 or 70% have been reduced to 40 and 10%, which will be, done over the next about 5 years. So one is the European automobile, auto manufacturers will get access to India's markets. Second, European wine, spirits and alcohol will be getting, duties have been slashed from about 150% to 50%. That's a significant decrease. In terms of India, India gets access to 18 trillion euro market, and the primary sectors that are stand to benefit for India are agriculture, leather works, textiles, pharmaceutical are some of the sectors that from India that are likely to get access to European markets.
All right, viewers, so those are the sectors that are likely to benefit out of this deal, mostly labor-intensive sectors we're talking about. But Pranav, also with this deal, we've sent out a message to global partners and also to the US that when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to dairy products, those are red lines for us. India is not going to compromise on those sectors.
Could you repeat the question?
Right. I was just saying that with this deal getting sealed, we've also sent a message to other partners, specifically US, that red lines are there when it comes to dairy sectors, when it comes to our farmers. We are going to protect those sectors.
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you see, this comes at a time when there is tremendous geopolitical unrest. There's tremendous arm twisting going on about tariffs, especially from the US. In fact, we've already seen two of United States representatives criticizing and in fact calling that India is funding, or Europe is funding its own war through this trade deal. So we are already seeing some sort of geopolitical reactions coming in from the US. But it definitely is considered. I mean, we were talking to some experts who said that this is India is slowly developing its options, opening markets to other countries, which in some way could offset the tariff deficit or the trade deficit that has taken place due to the ongoing tariffs between India and the US.
Right, of course, we're getting some reactions from, as you mentioned, other global players as well on this. And, interestingly, there was a statement that came in from Ursula von der Leyen herself. She says that this is an answer to the global trade challenges. This is an answer showing that another way is possible for the kind of fractured world politics we are witnessing today. Right, Pranav, can you hear me? All right, we'll try to connect with my colleague later on, but let's listen in as to what Prime Minister Modi has said on this big mega deal signed between India and European Union.
आज के इन ऐतिहासिक निर्णयों के बाद अब विशेष जिम्मेदारी आप सभी पर है। अब अगला कदम बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को उठाना है। द बॉल इज ऑन योर कोर्ट। आपके आपसी सहयोग से ही हमारी साझेदारी, ट्रस्ट, रीच और स्केल मिलेगा। आपके प्रयासों से हम शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी हासिल कर पाएंगे आइए हम अपनी अपनी क्षमताएं जोड़ें और पूरी दुनिया के लिए ग्रोथ का डबल इंजन बने। अब समय है कि हम इस साझेदारी को होल ऑफ द सोसाइटी पार्टनरशिप बनाएं। इसी सोच के साथ हमने आज एक व्यापक एफटीए पूरा किया है। इससे भारत के लेबर इंटेंसिव उत्पादों को यूरोपियन यूनियन मार्केट में इजी एक्सेस मिलेगा। इसमें विशेष तौर पर टेक्सटाइल, जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी, ऑटो पार्ट्स और इंजीनियरिंग गुड्स शामिल हैं। फ्रूट्स, वेजिटेबल्स, प्रोसेस्ड फूड और मरीन प्रोडक्ट उसमें नए अवसर बनेंगे। इसका सीधा लाभ हमारे किसानों को, हमारे मछुआरों को मिलेगा। हमारे सर्विस सेक्टर को भी इससे फायदा होगा। विशेष रूप से आईटी, एजुकेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन और बिजनेस सर्विस लाभान्वित होंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज ग्लोबल बिजनेस में बड़ी उथल-पुथल है। हर कंपनी अपनी मार्केट स्ट्रेटेजी और पार्टनरशिप को नए सिरे से देख रही है। ऐसे समय में यह एफटीए बिजनेस जगत के लिए एक साफ और सकारात्मक संदेश है। यह दोनों पक्षों की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी के लिए सक्षम, भरोसेमंद और फ्यूचर ओरिएंटेड पार्टनरशिप बनाने का स्पष्ट निमंत्रण है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सभी इस एफटीए के अवसरों का पूरा लाभ उठाएंगे।
Viewers, coming up at 6 stories at 6. It's being called the mother of all trade deals. India and the EU sign a historic, a landmark free trade agreement. But this deal is making President Trump very uncomfortable. We'll tell you all this and much more on 6 stories at 6.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't spoken. No, he debanked me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political.
The fact is, there is nobody with the US. Trump is completely isolated today. He doesn't know what to do. Europe has finalized this huge deal with India. Europe is basically saying we are hedging against American behavior, unpredictability. Let's work with a more predictable India. Trump is in a massive mess. He's brought about the culture of hatred, and his ugly, indecent pompousness has made him a standing meme, and there is civil war in the United States that's beginning to break out. Trump is hallucinating. He doesn't realize the situation in America. He is now turned on Americans and fight people and governors in different states till there's absolute all-out civil war in the United States of America.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanking. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions, speech, or affiliations. According to the complaint reviewed by Bloomberg, Trump's lawyers state that, quote, debanking is a matter of public interest and significant importance to all consumers and businesses in the United States of America. They argue that J.P. Morgan Chase, given its history and size, is a central actor in what they call a troubling saga. This lawsuit frames this not just as a personal grievance, but as part of a broader campaign against the weaponization of the banking sector. The allegation is that financial institutions are acting as ideological gatekeepers, cutting off access to capital for those who don't align with certain political views. J.P. has been quick to respond, and they are firmly denying these accusations. In a statement released shortly after the news broke, the bank rejected the idea that political or religious factors play any role in who they do business with. Their defense hinges on risk, specifically legal and regulatory risk. The bank stated, quote, "We do close accounts because they create legal or regulatory risk for the company." Interestingly, the bank's statement seemed to push the responsibility back onto the government. They noted that they regret having to close accounts, but claimed that strict rules and regulatory expectations often force their hand. In a direct address to the political climate, the bank added, quote, "We have been asking both this administration and prior administrations to change the rules and regulations that put us in this position." This lawsuit relies heavily on state-level protections in Florida.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
viewers, Republic Media Network presents the R4 Sports Conclave, a premier national platform bringing together India's finest athletes, sports leaders and policy makers. Now, from Olympic champions and elite performers to institutional voices shaping the future of Indian sport, the R4 Sports Conclave will go beyond medals to examine the systems, mindset and leadership driving India's sporting rise. Now, this is about mindset, infrastructure, accountability and winning the right way. Join us on 28th of January this year, live from Republic Media Network headquarters in Noida, as we bring you powerful stories, bold conversation and an inside look at what it truly takes to build champions for India. This is R4 Sports Conclave, shaping the future of Indian sport.
आज भारत ने अपने इतिहास का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न किया है।
Mother of all trade deals signed, tariffs on European cars, medical items, wine to be cut.
We did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. When India succeeds, the world is more stable, more prosperous, and more secure. And we all benefit.
India-Europe FTA important to ensure rules-based global order, says EU's chief. Reports indicate Bangladesh may now replace Pakistan if PCB decides to boycott ICC T20 World Cup 2026.
ये ऐसे लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करता है जो उसके हिसाब से पैगंबर के विरुद्ध कुछ बोलते हैं, वेपन भी कलेक्ट कर रहा है, इनको मर्डर करने का ये प्लान बनाता रहता है। खास करके मुफ्ती मसूद अजहर और रऊफ असगर को काफ़ी ज़्यादा फॉलो करता है ये।
Major terror module busted in Gujarat ATS says the terror suspect was highly radicalized. Clashes erupt across the two districts in Bihar after violence, stone pelting reported during Saraswati idol immersion.
To the outcome of this truly historic visit that is currently underway. As you are aware, the President of the European Council, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Costa, and the President of the European Commission, Her Excellency Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, are on a state visit to India at the invitation of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Both the presidents were jointly chief guests at the Republic Day celebrations yesterday. This is the first time ever that we've had European leaders as guests of honor for our Republic Day. The leaders from the EU are accompanied by the EU High Representative for Foreign Policy and Security and Vice President of the European Commission, Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, the EU Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security, as I said, Mr. Maros Sefcovic, and other senior leading officers from the Commission and the Council. Yesterday, Honorable Rashtrapati Ji received both the presidents at Rashtrapati Bhavan. The dignitaries then witnessed the Republic Day parade as guests of honor. For the first time ever, there was a EU contingent, in fact consisting of European Union military staff and the European Union naval operations, Atalanta and Aspidus, representatives from both of these operations participating in the Republic Day parade. The EU leaders also joined Rashtrapati Ji and Prime Minister in the evening at the at-home reception at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Today, Presidents Costa and von der Leyen and Prime Minister Modi co-chaired the 16th India-EU Summit. They held detailed bilateral talks, both in the restricted format and in the delegation level format. Prime Minister hosted a luncheon in honor of the visiting presidents. There were several key documents that were signed and exchanged before the leaders, including, as you have all come to know by now, the joint announcement on the conclusion of the negotiations of a landmark and historic India-EU free trade agreement, an equally important security and defense partnership agreement between the two sides, and an MOU on a comprehensive framework on cooperation on mobility, among others. Prime Minister and President von der Leyen also addressed the India-EU Business Forum in Bharat Mandapam, where more than 100 CEOs from both the sides participated. The Business Forum comes at a timely moment, straight in the wake of the completion of negotiations of the India-EU FTA, because we will need the businesses on the two sides to quickly translate the intention of the FTA into concrete outcomes. The Honorable Vice President of India would also be meeting with both the distinguished guests, and later today President Costa and President von der Leyen will be calling on Rashtrapati ji, who will also host a banquet in honor of the visiting dignitaries. Let me very quickly give you a broad context and flavor of this visit and the outcomes thereof. The outcomes are deeply strategic in nature, and I would urge you to look at each of the outcomes for its specific significance in the overall scheme of things between India and the European Union. Over the last decade, relations between India and the European Union have grown steadily. They have grown not just in scale, but in significance as well, as evidenced from the level and the frequency of contacts and engagements between the two sides. In our fast-changing world, the strategic partnership between India and the EU has a value beyond the bilateral context, particularly as we witness shifts in the global economic, technological, and strategic landscape. As the world's second and fourth largest markets, India and the EU also have very high stakes on all critical global challenges of the day, including overdependence and concentration of global manufacturing and supply chains on a limited set of geographies, an ineffective multilateral system, emerging multipolarity, and growing protectionist tendencies in different parts of the world. And therefore, as two large pluralistic democracies and open market economies, our leaders have resolved to take this very strategic partnership forward for mutual benefit and for the greater good of the global population as a whole. Our relations got a very big boost last year with the historic visit of the EU College of Commissioners, which facilitated a whole-of-government approach to our most immediate priorities, which include some of the outcomes today. And in fact, we've seen very substantial outcomes today, underlining the strategic importance that both sides attach to the bilateral relationship and to further elevating the India-EU strategic partnership. Today's summit, the 16th India-EU summit, was held after a gap of about 5.5 years, and as I said, it is a milestone not only in terms of the outcomes, but also the quality of the outcomes, but also their numbers and the potential impact that they have. The leaders announced the successful conclusion of negotiations of the India-EU FTA. Trade and economic ties are central to this strategic partnership. EU as a bloc is one of the largest bilateral trading partners of India. Bilateral trade in 24-25 was close to $136 billion, with Indian exports of $76 billion and imports of $60 billion. Services trade between the two sides is around $83 billion. The FTA that was whose negotiations were concluded and announced today will have a transformative role beyond boosting bilateral trade. They will boost investment, strengthening of supply chain integration, and support of sustainable growth on both sides. It is important to note that despite these obviously impressive numbers that are already there in the bilateral context, there has always been enormous room for growth in the bilateral relationship, room that was hitherto unexplored and which will now be leveraged to mutual benefit by the two sides. A second very important outcome of today's meeting, especially in the overall strategic context of the relationship, is the EU-India Security and Defence Partnership, which was signed in exchange today. While we have defence and security partnerships with several individual EU member states, this framework agreement on security and defence issues between India and the EU will be a first. It will bolster our engagements in maritime security, on defence industry, on cyberspace, and on counterterrorism. Particularly, this would allow Indian defence companies to benefit from the opportunities arising from the EU's own very significant defence initiatives that are underway. The two sides have also announced the launch of negotiations for a security of information agreement, which again demonstrates the long-term and strategic view that the two sides are taking of their relationship. A third outcome that I would want to invite your attention to is the document towards 2030, an India-EU Joint Comprehensive Strategic Agenda, which is a new roadmap to reinforce our strategic partnership and set the trajectory for advancing the relations across multiple pillars. These pillars include prosperity and stability, technology and innovation, security and defense, connectivity, and people-to-people ties for the next 5 years. I would urge you to go into the details of this particular roadmap to see the depth of intensity and the breadth of coverage that we intend to bring to this relationship. Finally, the two sides also concluded an MOU on comprehensive framework on cooperation on mobility. This is again the first such mobility-related agreement that we are concluding at the EU level with any partner. For the EU, this is a first with any partner for them. The MOU will facilitate and streamline safe, regular migration, support skill development, and ease the movement of highly skilled workers, students, researchers, and seasonal workers who happen to be in occupations in demand between the two sides. The two leaders, in fact, emphasized that some of the strongest relationships between the two sides, between India and Europe, are built by the people-to-people contacts. Today, the Indian diaspora in the EU is over 1 million people. Indian professionals in Europe are making notable contributions in several fields, including information technology, healthcare, engineering, and finance. There are more than 100,000 Indian students in Europe who continue to pursue higher education in leading universities in the EU. In addition to these agreements that I have outlined, there were a number of other important understandings that were reached. This includes the announcement of projects under the India-EU trilateral partnership, the renewal of the India-EU agreement for scientific and technological cooperation until 2030, the administrative arrangement on advanced e-signatures and seals, an MOU between the Reserve Bank of India and the European Securities and Market Authority, an administrative arrangement on cooperation in disaster risk management, and again, very, very importantly, a decision to launch exploratory talks on the association of India with Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is the world's largest public scientific research program, and India's association with this program can bring us great benefits in the future. In addition, we've constituted an India-EU task force on green hydrogen and set up a EU pilot legal gateway office in India to enhance skill mobility and launch of negotiations, as I said earlier, for an India-EU security of information agreement. So, to conclude, the visit of Presidents Costa and von der Leyen to India is emblematic of our trusted and strategic partnership. We are confident that this visit will instill further momentum to deepening of India-EU ties, create more business opportunities, lead to job creation and intensified cooperation in education and scientific research, opportunities for students, enhanced mobility for professionals and highly skilled workers, and open a new chapter in security and defense cooperation between India and the EU. I want to end by citing two quotations from the leaders at the meeting. President von der Leyen said that the world is waiting for more from EU and India. So this was really an expression of the potential that is there in this deeply, deeply strategic relationship that the two sides are now beginning to explore much more fully. And Prime Minister said during his intervention during the talks that the EU and India have put in place a blueprint for shared prosperity. I think these are the indicators of the sentiment behind the meeting today. Again, an indication of the strategic significance of this visit and of the outcomes that have marked this visit. I'll stop here. Honourable Minister would like to brief you further on the key outcome.
Thank you, Vikram. And I'd like to begin by congratulating 1.4 billion brothers and sisters in India. 140 crore देशवासियों को बधाई देना चाहूँगा. Just like Foreign Secretary just articulated in great detail, this visit is extraordinary. It goes far beyond a free trade agreement. It goes far beyond the humongous potential that is being unlocked with the free trade agreement. It is truly a statement of deep partnership and the strategic intent of the European Union and India coming together in a multitude of areas to strengthen our partnership, to work together for the shared prosperity and a better future for 1/3 of humanity. It is a reflection that when 25% of global trade decides to strengthen the strategic partnership, including with the free trade agreement, it unlocks the doors to defense cooperation, greater investments, to cooperation in the field of innovation and science, to further integration of financial markets. And therefore, I would term this visit, as very rightly pointed out by the Honorable Foreign Secretary, as a game-changing and transformational visit in terms of the strategic partnership between European Union and India. And therefore, I think congratulations are in order to Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, to Her Excellency Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, and His Excellency Mr. Antonio da Costa, the President of the European Council. They have provided visionary leadership, which has further been strengthened with colleagues from almost all parts of government in both the European Union and India. Everybody playing their role to prepare the roadmap and lay the foundation for a very powerful economic, geopolitical, and strategic partnership of the 21st century. We are also very pleased to have concluded negotiations on, as Ms. von der Leyen herself has articulated, the mother of all deals, a free trade agreement which covers 25% of global trade. It is our 8th free trade agreement under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, each and every one of them with developed nations and collectively reflecting an agreement between India and 36 developed nations. With these 27 of the European Union, 4 from the EFTA, 31 and 6 more, 37 developed nations and India have entered into free trade agreements in a short span of 4 years under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Friends, this breakthrough in the EU-India trade relations comes after 20 years. You're all aware the discussions were launched in 2006. 16 rounds of negotiations were held. Sadly, in 2013, efforts were aborted and almost nobody ever imagined the European Union and India being able to come up with such a robust partnership framework as has been finalized by our leaders today. In fact, when we relaunched negotiations in mid-2022 and laid the initial foundational work, prepared our game plan and way forward, we had elections in India and then in the European Union through 2024. So the heavy lifting for this FTA really started after the historic visit of the European Union Trade Commissioners led by Ms. von der Leyen in February 2025. And I think it's been the labor of love of the entire government in European Union and India, burning the midnight oil, persevering, working in a spirit of cooperation, India negotiating with self-confidence, both sides agreeing to focus on what is good for both set of countries, the European Union and India, leaving the sensitive issues aside, and therefore coming up with a very balanced, equitable and fair free trade agreement, which is a win-win for all sections of industry, both in India and European Union, opening up plethora of opportunities for investment, opening up markets which are complementary, with India gaining access significantly in labor-intensive industries like marine products, chemicals, footwear and leather, plastic rubber goods, textiles, apparel and clothing, gems and jewelry, furniture, sports goods, toys, and the European Union industries gaining access to the large and fastest growing economy of India in innovation, technology, sectors of precision engineering, and areas where India continues to look for partnerships and technologies from across the world. Friends, this agreement covers almost 99% of the total exports that are sent from India to the European Union, and about 97% plus of the total exports from European Union to India, something which is unprecedented and reflects the strength and the depth of this agreement. We have tried to address the asymmetry in economic development between the two nations with different per capita incomes, with transitional periods, but ultimately focusing on the complementary strengths of both economies such that all 28 countries will stand to benefit. Collectively, the European Union today imports nearly $6.5 trillion worth of goods and nearly $3 trillion worth of services. India plays a very small role in that. Our total exports are currently just about 1.5% of the goods import into Europe and barely 2.5% of the services import into Europe. With this massive opening up of opportunities, the European Union has also opened up many new sectors. India has opened up many new sectors in the services space. We can see a big thrust to the services sector. As I said, on marine products, almost 94% of the tariff lines and almost the entire value of goods that are exported are going to get duty-free access. As I said before, areas like textiles, apparel, home decor, furnishing, where India has very serious labor-intensive interests, 100% of the European market will be open for business from day one. And I can give you more details, but we have furnished those details to all the members of the press, whether it's furniture and lighting or other consumable goods. Almost all of our exports are going to get duty-free access from day one. Likewise, for toys, for sports goods, for railway components, aircraft parts, also in leather and footwear. These are areas which are of significant interest to India. Similarly, India will open its doors for greater import of auto components, automobiles, wines, spirits, and other areas of interest to the European Union, with both sides having ensured that sensitive items are kept out of the ambit or given sufficient transition period for adjustment of the industry and economic cycles. For example, from the context of the European Union, their interest was more in larger automobiles, since they do not make automobiles which are under 15 or 20,000 euros in big measure. We in India produce largely automobiles which are smaller in size and lower in cost. So we've been able to come to a very amicable understanding where the auto industry in Germany is very happy, getting greater access in a phased manner in areas of their interest, while Indian industry is very happy that we've been able to protect their areas of interest in the smaller and low-cost automobile sector. And this is the story that's been repeated in sector after sector. So I believe we are offering today to the world an agreement which is unprecedented in scale, in terms of market access, It will support Make in India and support industry in the European Union. It opens up plethora of opportunities for investments on both sides. We have seen large investments flow from Europe to India, which can now grow manifold. At the CEO Business Forum, one of our industry conglomerates was mentioning that they have already invested $70 billion in Europe. And therefore, I see this as a partnership where both sides will get a lot of opportunities in trade, in investment. It provides stability of policy, predictability of tariffs and rates, and it provides certainty to business, which is the sine qua non to successful trade and engagement between two large economies. Europe is, of course, a $20 trillion plus economy. India, being the fastest growing large economy, will become a $30 trillion plus economy by 2047 and catch up very rapidly with the developed world. And together, we will work for the shared prosperity and better future for 2 billion people in Europe and India. Thank you very much, friends, and I look forward to a very successful journey through trade, through investments, through all the various areas articulated by Foreign Secretary, be it mobility, be it our strategic and defense partnership, be it our innovation partnership, be it our partnership on scientific discovery, research and development, being our partnership to further our interests in multilateral organizations where we work together for the good of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now open the floor for some questions. Please raise your number or your hand and then I'll identify you. Can we go there? 183.
Hi, sir. My name is Siddhant Sibal from WION. To the Minister, sir, how do you see this FTA being implemented? Any timeline, because it has to go through a legal scrubbing through the Parliament as well? And do you think that the signing of the FTA, whenever it happens, will give impetus to other FTAs, including the US FTA? To the Foreign Secretary, sir, it is on the IMEC, how much the conversation was? And to the Commerce Secretary, sir, my question is, was CBAM part of it or is it excluded?
Well, I think every agreement stands on its own legs, and this is a wonderful agreement. It will be taken up on legal scrubbing on a fast-track basis, as we discussed today, and translated into 24 languages simultaneously. We do hope that we should be able to celebrate the entry into force of this agreement within calendar 2026 itself.
I think on connectivity, on IMEC you mentioned, as you know, connectivity is a very important thread in the agenda between India and the EU. And indeed, it was on the agenda today. There was a discussion about it. And there was consensus on the fact that the IMEC initiative is one that should be taken forward. And we should now graduate from the working level meetings that have taken place to higher level meetings, culminating in a summit of the IMEC member countries. So between Europe and India, we are united on this, and we will take this forward with the other collaborators within IMEC.
Can we have a question there?
So my question on CBAM.
Thanks. On CBAM, as you are aware, CBAM is a horizontal regulation which is applicable to all partner countries across the globe. Under FTA also, there are certain provisions that we have agreed under CBAM. One, a technical dialogue has been agreed to be set up which will address the pathway for our industries to access the market in spite of the CBAM regulation being there. We'll be working together to see that the verifiers for CBAM in India are also accredited by the EU agencies so that our industry are able to access them. We'll also be working together to see and understand the technical processes through which this carbon CBAM measurement will be done in both the economies. And three, we also will provide, this group will also provide that in whatever Indian carbon trading system comes into future, that will be also accounted for and plugged into their CBAM regulation to see that the industry, which is part of the trading ecosystem, carbon trading pricing ecosystem in India, is accounted for. Their payments here or their carbon costs here are accounted for as part of the CBAM. Further, to our larger comfort, they have given this commitment that in case they are able to bring in any flexibility under CBAM for any partner country across the world, that will automatically flow out to India also. So we do have a forward MFN commitment under that. Thank you.
We'll go for a question there. 24, please.
Thank you very much, Maria Tadeo for Euronews. Minister, you have signed this deal now, and both sides agree, which is rare these days, that this is a win-win situation for both. I was wondering, however, India and the European Union share the fact that both countries were really hit by tariffs, both the European Union and now India to 50% from the Trump administration. So I wonder how much of a unifier beyond a win-win was the U.S. president?
I don't think we even discussed this at any point of time.
Okay, 127 here.
So Pranay Upadhyay from India Today asked that, Mr. Minister, my question to you is that can you share your assessment about the possibility of job creation out of this FTA? In your assessment, how many jobs will in India will be created after this FTA? And IPR has been a sticky point for Europe's investment in India. How this FTA is going to allay or address the issue of IPR for the European investors in India?
First of all, in terms of job creation, most of us here are aware that the textile industry in India is the second largest job creator after agriculture, with nearly 40 million jobs being created in the textile sector. India, I'm giving you a context how one should view this agreement. India exports about $7 billion worth of textiles and garments to the US, to the EU.
All right, viewers, that's Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Minister. There was a meeting that was a press conference, and the CII also issuing a statement on the India-European Union trade deal as well right now as we speak. This is the mother of all deals, as it's touted to be, but we'll try and understand as to what really is in store for both India and European economies. In fact, we have guests joining us. Professor Rakesh Joshi joins us on the broadcast for more. Professor Joshi, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV, sir. Now, how do you read into what has been revealed up till now as far as the deal is concerned, sir? Is it a win-win situation for both, or you feel that there is some sort of things that could have been right now deficient, or how much India does stand to gain from here? Sir, I request you to please unmute yourself. I think. Right.
Please look at thank you so much. Please look at the mere scale of the deal that we have been negotiating since 2007. And please understand that, India is negotiating with 27 countries of the European Union. It's not easy to discuss with one country, and even now, it is to be ratified by the parliament of each of these countries. So it's a very complex. Let first of all compliment negotiators of both Indian team as well as the EU team that, because you need to make certain concessions and you made the deal. And therefore, if you see that it is probably the largest ever deal India has ever signed and most complex deal that even, EU has signed. What I think, and ultimately you have seen that Ursula von der Leyen, what she has said is that we have delivered mother of all deals. And she has been very categorical in saying that prosperity of India is directly linked to the prosperity of the globe and the stability. And she has said that when India succeeds, the world is more stable, prosperous, secure, and we all benefit. And therefore, taking all these into consideration, it's a very comprehensive. We have taken care of the goods, the merchandise trade, reduction of tariffs in the merchandise trade, accessibility of the goods. We have taken care of the services, recognition of the standard, recognition of the qualifications, movement of the people. And more than that, we have also taken, the multiplicity of the things into the digital trade, the professional mobility of the people. All these things have been taken care of, and this deal takes care of the investment protection and FDI facilitation. You see that the European Union, unlike the deals that we signed with the East Asian nations a decade earlier, those deals were among the economies which were competing one. But this is a very peculiar deal wherein we are signing with a developed economy. This economy, we are signing with a developed economy. And if you see that, the GDP is almost 5 times higher of 27 nations of European Union. So, it's a mutually complementary deal. Technologically, European companies are advanced, but at the same time, they require, say, manpower and the skilled manpower in India. European Union are struggling with the population. They are struggling with the demographic, the problem which is being created because of the low fertility rate, wherein India gives the demographic dividend, and therefore the Indians, the professionals are available at fraction of the cost. And all these things have been taken care of in the deal. So I think it's another thing. The European economy is stagnating with the growth rate. Economy is very large, no doubt about it. But 1.4, 1.5, less than 2% is the growth rate. India's growth rate is somewhere between 6.6 to 7%. It's a growing economy. Ursula von der Leyen, she has already talked about that this is not only the growing economy, but she has said it's a dynamic economy. And therefore, it is creating a free trade zone for 2 billion people. And therefore, India and Europe today has made a history. Now, when it comes to operationalization and the small issues in which we are worried, you have talked about, even in the press conference, you talked about CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism. We have certain concerns on the European Union forestation, deregulation. We have got certain concerns of some of the quality standard, because in number of European countries, they are using a higher standards, quality standard than the mutually agreed standard under the WTO. So all these issues remain matter of concern, but I am very sure that, over a period of time with mutual talk, all these things will take care of. What is very important is investment coming from European Union to India. And you see, please understand that the trade and the investment, it is very important that there has to be mutual trust between the two countries, mutual trust between EU and FTA. So I am very sure that it will pave way, and I think it's opening of a new dawn, both for India and European Union, and I'm very sure it's going to be a win-win deal for both.
Well, rightly put there. Thank you so much, Professor Rakesh Joshi, for helping us understand the context and helping us understand the contours of this deal and what India stands to gain from that. We'll have our eyes on that, and we continue to track the reactions closely coming in. Meanwhile, viewers, the 4th annual India Energy Week kicked off at the ONGC ATI in Goa, bringing global focus to energy security and sustainability. Commenced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the event features key leaders including Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, and UAE Minister Dr. Sultan Ahmad Al Jaber. Now, over 4 days, India Energy Week aims to drive global cooperation, policy dialogue, and investment in the energy sector. With world leaders and industry giants in attendance, Goa has become the epicenter of the global energy conversation.
The ONGC ATI is host to the 4th annual India Energy Week. As energy security and sustainability reshape global priorities, the 2026 edition is gearing up to bring the world's most influential energy conversations to India's doorstep.
From artificial intelligence to crude oil and renewable energies, the focus of the India Energy Week 2026 is on all of it and much more. Now you've got world leaders and policy makers all deciding the pathway for India and the world's energy security and its future. Now Republic TV is live from Goa at the India Energy Week, the largest, the most influential conference that takes place in this sector, and we promise to bring you viewers the exclusive insights only on Republic TV.
Commenced by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the India Energy Week 2026 promises to be home to insights by dignitaries like Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber, the Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology from the UAE.
एनर्जी प्रोडक्ट्स की डिमांड लगातार बढ़ रही है। इसके अलावा भारत दुनिया की डिमांड पूरी करने के लिए भी बेहतरीन अवसर उपलब्ध करता है। आज हम दुनिया में पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स के टॉप 5 एक्सपोर्टर्स में से एक हैं। दुनिया के 150 से ज्यादा देशों तक हमारी एक्सपोर्ट कवरेज है और भारत की ये क्षमता आपके बहुत काम आने वाली है। बहुत ही कम समय में डायलॉग और एक्शन का एक ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म बनकर उभरा है। एनर्जी वीक का ये प्लेटफॉर्म हमारी पार्टनरशिप को एक्सप्लोर करने का बहुत ही उत्तम स्थान है।
Gear up for an exciting 4 days where India leads the efforts towards global cooperation in energy security.
And with that, it's time to take a quick break. But on the other side, we continue to get you the updates coming in from Gujarat as an arrest has been made of a terror suspect. Gujarat ATS busts the terror conspiracy, the terror threat. Highly radicalized individual arrested.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political.
Stories at 6. It's being called the mother of all trade deals. India and the EU sign a historic, a landmark free trade agreement. But this deal is making President Trump very uncomfortable. We'll tell you all this and much more on 6 Stories at 6.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law.
Welcome back, viewers, to Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking. Let's take a quick check of the other stories that are making news from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute. Adani Defence and Aerospace, a leading player in India's aerospace and defence, have signed a memorandum of understanding to develop an integrated regional transport aircraft ecosystem in India. The collaborative industrial partnership will aim to establish an assembly line, followed by a phased increase in indigenization to advance India's regional transport aircraft program in alignment with the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative and the UDAN regional connectivity vision. Time for a short break, viewers, but we get you the latest coming in on the mother of all trade deals that has been signed between India and European Union. Traffic at the tariffs on European cars, medical items, wine will be slashed.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't got it. No, it debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political.
Viewers, coming up at 6 stories at 6. It's being called the mother of all trade deals. India and the EU sign a historic, a landmark free trade agreement. But this deal is making President Trump very uncomfortable. We'll tell you all this and much more on 6 stories at 6.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't got it. No, it debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions, speech, or affiliations. According to the complaint reviewed by Bloomberg, Trump's lawyers state that, quote, debanking is a matter of public interest and significant importance to all consumers.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The Republic Media Network presents R4 Sports Conclave, a premier national platform bringing together India's finest athletes, sports leaders and policymakers, from Olympic champions and elite performers to institutional voices shaping the future of Indian sports. The R4 Sports Conclave will go beyond medals to examine systems, mindsets and leadership driving India's sporting rise. This is about mindset, infrastructure, accountability and winning the right way. Join us on 28th of January 2026 live from the Republic Media Network headquarters in Noida as we bring you powerful stories, bold conversations and an inside look at what it truly takes to build champions for India. This is the R4 Sports Conclave, shaping the future of Indian sport. Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest. Let's see what's making the news today. We're getting these updates because it's being called the mother of all trade deals. That's been signed. Tariffs on European cars, medical items, wine to be cut. As a historic trade deal opens up new opportunities for cooperation in diverse areas, Trump aide slams EU over trade deal. Major terror module has been busted in Gujarat. ATS says terror suspect was highly radicalized. And a huge bust in Nagaur district, Rajasthan, where 10,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate have been recovered. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairs all-party meeting in New Delhi ahead of the budget session of the parliament. And at the UNSC, India blasted Pakistan for making false claims regarding Operation Sindoor. That's what we are tracking today on 6 Stories at 6. It's been called, viewers, the mother of all deals. The European Union and India have announced a landmark trade deal after nearly 2 decades of on and off talks, as both sides aim to deepen ties amid tensions with the US. It will allow free trade of goods between the bloc of 27 European states and the world's most populous country, which together make up nearly 25% of global gross domestic product and a market of 2 billion people. The pact is expected to significantly reduce tariffs and expand market access for both sides. More in this report.
Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals.
The landmark deal between India and the EU has finally been inked. This FTA will open up new opportunities for cooperation in diverse areas.
आज की इन उपलब्धियों के आधार पर हम अगले 5 वर्ष के लिए एक और भी एम्बिशियस और होलिस्टिक स्ट्रेटेजिक एजेंडा लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। एक जटिल वैश्विक वातावरण में ये एजेंडा स्पष्ट दिशा देगा, हमारी साझा समृद्धि को आगे बढ़ाएगा, इनोवेशन को गति देगा, सुरक्षा सहयोग और सुदृढ़ करेगा और पीपल टू पीपल टाइज को और गहरा करेगा। यहीं से एक नया युग शुरू हुआ। भारत की और यूरोपियन यूनियन की यह ऐतिहासिक समिट वही क्षण है।
The FTA broadly focused on trade, defense and security, climate change, critical technologies and strengthening the rules-based global order. The new partnership comes at a time when Europe is seeking to reduce its dependence on the US and China and deepen its diplomatic and economic ties to other regions.
In a multipolar world, the European Union and India are working together to grow spheres of shared prosperity. But prosperity does not exist without security. Strengthen our cooperation to better protect our citizens and our shared interests. Working together to counter the full range of security threats we face in the Indo-Pacific, in Europe, and around the world, reaching a new level of strategic trust between us. That is the significance of our agreement on a security and defense partnership. The first such overarching defense and security framework between India and the European Union.
The deal is expected to double EU exports to India by 2032 by eliminating or reducing tariffs in 96.6% of traded goods by value. It will also lead to savings of USD 4.75 billion in duties for European companies.
It brings together Indian skills, services and scale with Europe's technology, capital and innovation. It will create levels of growth that neither side can achieve alone. And by combining these strengths, we reduce strategic dependencies at a time when trade is increasingly weaponized.
The EU Accord will open up India's vast and highly guarded market, with New Delhi slashing tariffs on cars to 10% over 5 years from as high as 110%.
आज 27 तारीख है। ये सुखद संयोग है कि आज ही के दिन यूरोपियन यूनियन के 27 देशों के साथ भारत ये एफटीए कर रहा है। यह एक ऐतिहासिक समझौता हमारे किसानों, हमारे छोटे उद्योगों, इसके यूरोपियन मार्केट तक पहुंच आसान बनाएगा, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में नए अवसर पैदा करेगा और हमारे सर्विसेज सेक्टर के बीच सहयोग को और प्रबल करेगा।
India is also slashing tariffs on alcoholic beverages like wines to 75% immediately from 150%, which should be lowered to 20% gradually. Tariffs on spirits will be lowered to 40%. The long-awaited free trade agreement is expected to significantly expand the overall trajectory of the two-way engagement.
The 2-decade-long EU-India trade agreement has been finally signed. The trade agreement is being widely seen as a strategic hedge against volatile US trade policies. And as India and EU have redrawn the rules of engagement, US seems to be very displeased about it. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent attacked the India-EU free trade agreement, claiming that with this FTA, Europe will be funding the war against themselves. Here's more.
India has finally sealed a historic trade deal with the European Union today.
The time is right for renewal, for fresh momentum, and for opening a new chapter in EU-India friendship. And this is exactly what we have achieved together today. Thank you very much.
A strategic handshake at a tense global moment. The imposition of high tariffs by the US has disrupted the global flow of goods. Washington is clearly not pleased with these trade lines being redrawn. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent attacked the India-EU free trade agreement, accusing Europe of indirectly funding the Russia-Ukraine conflict through energy trade routed via India. The senior aide to Trump said that European governments were undermining their own security stance by buying refined oil products from India. India and EU locking arms to secure strategic interests in an increasingly uncertain world.
We're not only making our economy stronger, we're also delivering security for our people in an increasingly insecure world. And today, the world's two largest economies and democracies launched their first ever security and defense partnership.
With Donald Trump rattling Europe over Greenland and threatening of slapping them with high US tariffs. India is also aiming to boost export and reduce reliance on China. The FTA is expected to help Indian exporters diversify their shipments. It will also help reduce dependence on China. As global equations shift, New Delhi and Brussels are betting on each other. With this agreement, India and the EU redraw the rules of engagement.
Gujarat ATS has foiled a major terror plot and arrested a 25-year-old man from Navsari in a case that has raised serious security concerns. The accused, Faizan Sheikh, is a tailor by profession. He is alleged to have been radicalized by extremist ideologies linked to terror outfit Al-Qaeda and Jaish-e-Mohammed. According to the ATS, Faizan falls under the lone wolf category of radicalization, has allegedly procured weapons. Arrest comes at a very sensitive time, with heightened vigilance following a recent Red Fort blast in the country. Here's more in this report. The Gujarat Anti-Terrorist Squad has arrested Faizan Sheikh, 25-year-old man, in a major terror conspiracy case. During the investigation, it was found that Faizan was allegedly radicalized by the ideologies of terror groups such as Al-Qaeda. According to officials, he had procured weapons illegally to target a specific group of individuals. In fact, the accused Faizan Sheikh has been linked to Jaish and Al-Qaeda terror module. Hailing from Rampur in UP, Faizan was arrested from Navsari, where he was living since last 3 to 4 years and was working as a tailor. The accused was influenced by Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar. Aligned with the ideology to separate Kashmir from India, he aimed to kill individuals speaking against the Paigambar group.
ATS has nabbed Faizan Sheikh, from Navsari in Gujarat. He used to be a tailor in Navsari and he hails from Rampur area of Uttar Pradesh. Now let me tell you, there are several major facts for the case, but the major ones being that he was operating an Instagram account called Al Faizan Gaza. He was planning to execute targeted killing in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and that's the reason he had procured 1 pistol and 6 live cartridges. These are the ammunition. Right now they are seized from his belongings, but investigation will take its course and we'll get to know what more planning was he doing on.
Sunil Joshi, DIG from Gujarat ATS, revealed that he was radicalized through social media and other online platforms.
गुजरात एटीएस के डीवाईएसपी श्री हर्ष उपाध्याय को एक इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली कि एक फैजान नाम का बंदा है जो मूल रामपुर यूपी का रहने वाला है और अभी लगभग 3-4 साल से नवसारी में रह रहा है। वो दर्जी के व्यवसाय में शामिल है। ये जो बंदा है ये ऐसे लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करता है जो उसके हिसाब से पैगंबर के विरुद्ध कुछ बोलते हैं। इन लोगों की इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करके बहुत सारे ग्रुप्स में भेजता है, वेपन भी कलेक्ट कर रहा है, इनको मर्डर करने का ये प्लान बनाता रहता है। साथ ही साथ जैश मोहम्मद और अलकायदा के बहुत सारे चैनल से जुड़ा हुआ है, खास करके मुफ्ती मसूद अजहर और रऊफ असगर को काफ़ी ज़्यादा फॉलो करता है। ये उनके कहने पे अगर उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की तरफ से इसे इंस्ट्रक्शन मिले तो एक विशाल जो जिहाद की परिकल्पना है इसमें जुड़ करके कश्मीर में जो जिहाद है उसमें भी जुड़ने की इच्छा रखता है।
Security agencies say the arrest is a major success, especially at a time when vigilance remains extremely high following recent terror incidents, including the Red Fort blast. The arrest is being seen as part of Gujarat ATS's continued efforts to identify and neutralize radicalized individuals and prevent terror-related activities before they can be executed. It was a major security breakthrough just before Republic Day. Rajasthan police has made a biggest explosives seizure this year. Acting on specific intelligence in Nagaur district, they recovered 10,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate from a farmhouse located inside a forest area. Explosives are suspected to be used for both legal and illegal mining. They were seized during a joint operation and one accused has been arrested in connection with this case. The timing of the recovery has heightened security concerns, prompting the central agencies to step in. Here's more.
Ahead of Republic Day, Rajasthan police thwarted a potential security threat by seizing a huge cache of explosive material. The Rajasthan police seized nearly 10,000 kilograms of explosive material from a remote farm in Nagaur district and arrested one person in connection with the recovery. 10,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate was packed in 187 sacks.
पीछे आप ये फार्म हाउस कह लीजिए, इस जगह से ही वो 9,550 किलो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट बरामद किया गया। आपको याद होगा कि दिल्ली लाल किले के बाहर जो ब्लास्ट हुआ उसमें भी अमोनियम नाइट्रेट का इस्तेमाल किया गया था, लेकिन वो बहुत कम मात्रा का अमोनियम नाइट्रेट था क्योंकि फरीदाबाद जो कि दिल्ली से सटा हुआ है वहां से तकरीबन 3,000 किलो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट बरामद किया गया। किस कारण से यहाँ पर लाया गया ये अपने आप में सवाल खड़े कर रहा है, लेकिन इस विंडो के बाहर से ही मैं पढ़ पा रहा हूँ कि एक्सप्लोजिव इस कार्टून के ऊपर लिखा हुआ है। देखिए EXPLOSIVE एक्सप्लोजिव बाहर से लिखा हुआ है और इन्हीं कार्टून्स के जरिए वो डेटोनेटर अंदर रखे गए थे। इसी कार्टून के जरिए अमोनियम नाइट्रेट जो है वो रखा गया था और इन्हीं कार्टून और अलग अलग आप देखेंगे अंदर आपको बोरियां रखी हुई नजर आएंगी। और इसी जगह पर जब पुलिस पहुंचती है, रेड्स कंडक्ट करती है, तो यहां से हजारों संख्या में जो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है उसकी बरामदगी की गई।
The accused 58-year-old Suleiman Khan was arrested from the spot. Police say he has 3 previous criminal cases against him. During interrogation, the accused claimed that the large quantity of ammonium nitrate was meant for mining purposes. In an exclusive report by Republic, it was found that Suleiman used to bring ammonium nitrate in the vehicle in the dark of night so that no one would suspect anything.
नागौर के एक सुनसान जगह पर सुलेमान जिस गाड़ी से अमोनियम नाइट्रेट इकट्ठा करता था वो तस्वीरें भी मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा ताकि आप समझ पाएंगे कि कॉन्स्पिरेसी जिसको बोला जा रहा है उसके पीछे तमाम फैक्ट्स है। ये गाड़ी आप देख रहे हैं बोलेरो गाड़ी है और इसी गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल जो है वो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट को लाने के लिए किया जाता था और इसी गाड़ी में रखकर सुलेमान अमोनियम नाइट्रेट को लेकर फार्म हाउस में पहुंचता था और धीरे धीरे करके उसने तकरीबन 9,550 किलो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट जो है वो इकट्ठा कर लिया। आप देखेंगे पीछे सामान रखने की पूरी जगह है और इस गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल करके वो इस फार्म हाउस तक अमोनियम नाइट्रेट को लेकर पहुंचता था। हालांकि सुलेमान से पूछताछ में उसने बताया कि वो माइनिंग के लिए ये सभी जो चीजें हैं वो इकट्ठी कर रहा था।
When asked Suleiman about the reason behind having such amount of ammonium nitrate, he stated that he had it for mining purposes. The joint operation was carried out by Thavla Police and the district special team under senior supervision.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन को और बेहतर गति प्रदान करने के लिए एक स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम का जिला स्तर पर गठन किया गया है जिसको एडिशनल एसपी हेडक्वार्टर जो हैं वो लीड करेंगे। ओवरऑल इन्वेस्टिगेशन के फॉरवर्ड और बैकवर्ड लिंकेजेस को हम स्थापित करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि इसको एक्सप्लोसिव्स को कहाँ से सोर्स किया गया था और कहाँ पर सप्लाई किया जाना था।
Officials say ammonium nitrate has been used in major blast cases like the Red Fort blast, making the timing of the seizure ahead of Republic Day particularly serious. Central agencies have been alerted and a wider probe is underway to trace the source and intended use of the explosives.
Now, ahead of the budget session of the Parliament, the government has convened an all-party meeting to discuss the legislative agenda and ensure smooth functioning of both houses. A customary meeting was chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. During the meeting, the opposition parties raised concerns and flagged issues that they want discussed in Parliament. However, the government maintained that several of these issues have already been discussed. The budget session will begin on January 28th. Here's a report as we count down to the budget.
The government today convened the all-party meeting ahead of the budget session of Parliament. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chaired the meeting. Leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, JP Nadda, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, Ministers of State for Parliamentary Affairs Arjun Ram Meghwal and Dr. L. Murugan were present at the occasion. During the session, the government rejected the opposition's demands for discussions on the VB Ramji Act as well as on the SIR in the budget session of Parliament beginning tomorrow at the all-party meet.
Last time, many political parties, in fact all the opposition parties, had demanded a discussion on SIR and government had expanded the scope. We had taken up the election reforms where the SIR issue was also been included. And thorough marathon discussion took place in both the houses, in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. All the honorable members were given ample time. In fact, parties exhausted their energy to complete the time and duration given. And thereafter, if they seek another debate discussion, that will be uncalled for, because thoroughly this was discussed. There are many issues in the country, but as I said, this session is devoted to budget.
Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju stated the two issues had already been debated by both houses.
My sincere appeal on behalf of the government to all the honorable members that in our parliamentary democracy we have been elected to speak, to represent on behalf of the people, to speak for the people. So we must, while exercising our right to speak, we also have duty to listen to the members of other political parties so that our parliamentary democracy can continue to function with full vibrancy.
During the meeting, opposition members also objected to the non-circulation of government business for the session. But responding to the opposition, Kiren Rijiju added that this is not an important issue and running the House smoothly remains the focus. The session comes at a time when the opposition Congress is conducting a nationwide campaign against the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Act, which replaces the UPA-era Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. The budget session will formally begin on 28th of January, setting the stage for key legislative business in the days ahead.
India has launched a comprehensive counter-attack against Pakistan at the UNSC with the permanent representative ambassador slamming Islamabad for peddling lies, attempting to legitimize terrorism and repeatedly breaking its global commitment. At the UNSC, India countered Pakistan's remarks, asserting that the council members driven by a singular obsessive goal, which is to inflict damage upon India and its citizens. Take a look. Pakistan's comments over India's Operation Sindoor has earned a strong and vehement retort. At the UNSC, India's permanent representative to the UN issued a strongly worded statement where he accused the Pakistani envoy of advancing a false and self-serving account of Operation Sindoor in May last year.
India's actions were measured, non-escalatory and responsible, and focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists. Till 9th of May, Pakistan was threatening more attacks on India. But on the 10th of May, the Pakistani military called our military directly and pleaded for a cessation to the fighting. The destruction caused to multiple Pakistani air bases by the Indian operation, including images of destroyed runways and burnt-out hangars, are in the public domain. We have heard talk from the representative of Pakistan about the new normal. Let me reiterate again that terrorism can never be normalized as Pakistan wishes to do.
He slammed Pakistan's tolerance for continued use of terrorism as an instrument of state policy.
It is not normal to tolerate Pakistan's continued use of terrorism as an instrument of state policy. This hallowed chamber cannot become a forum for Pakistan to legitimize terrorism. We will do whatever required to protect and ensure the safety and security of our citizens.
And he mocked the irony in the fact that Pakistan, which is an elected member of the UN Security Council, has a single point agenda to harm my country and my people.
Finally, the application of international rule of law calls for consistency, objectivity and predictability with no double standards. I now respond to the comments of the representative of Pakistan, an elected member of the Security Council, which has a single point agenda to harm my country and my people.
This response reiterates New Delhi's stance. Pakistan's false claims and acts of terrorism will not be tolerated. And viewers, that's all we have on 6 Stories at 6. But do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. We will become live and breaking for you, getting you all the top updates on India's #1 news network, Republic TV. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity University has been ranked India's #1 university for business and economics and the #1 private university for computer science by Times Higher Education Subject Rankings 2026. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't spoken to him. No, he debanked me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanking. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions, speech, or affiliations. According to the complaint reviewed by Bloomberg, Trump's lawyers state that, quote, debanking is a matter of public interest and significant importance to all consumers and businesses in the United States of America. They argue that J.P. Morgan Chase, given its history and size, is a central actor in what they call a troubling saga. This lawsuit frames this not just as a personal grievance, but as part of a broader campaign against the weaponization of the banking sector. The allegation is that financial institutions are acting as ideological gatekeepers, cutting off access to capital for those who don't align with certain political views. J.P. Morgan Chase has been quick to respond, and they are firmly denying these accusations. In a statement released
It's 6:30 and you're watching live at Breaking with me, Shavin Sen. Our top focus at this hour, an arrest that has been made by the Gujarat ATS in Gandhinagar. A terror suspect arrested, said to be a lone wolf who's been radicalized. We'll get you all this and much more on this edition, but up first, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour.
आज भारत ने अपने इतिहास का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न किया है.
Mother of all trade deals signed tariffs on European cars, medical items, wine to be cut.
We did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. When India succeeds, the world is more stable, more prosperous, and more secure. And we all benefit.
India-Europe free trade agreement important to ensure rules-based global order, says EU's chief. Reports say Bangladesh may replace Pakistan if PCB boycotts ICC T20 World Cup 2026.
ये ऐसे लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करता है जो उसके हिसाब से पैगंबर के विरुद्ध कुछ बोलते हैं, वेपन भी कलेक्ट कर रहा है, इनको मर्डर करने का ये प्लान बनाता रहता है. खास करके मुफ्ती मसूद अजहर और रऊफ असगर को काफ़ी ज़्यादा फॉलो करता है ये.
Major terror module busted in Gujarat. ATS says terror suspect was highly radicalized. Clashes erupt across two districts in Bihar after violence and stone pelting is reported during Saraswati idol immersion. The Pakistan Cricket Board is facing a potential $38 million lawsuit from broadcasters if it essentially allows the national team to boycott or forfeit their high-profile group stage clash against India in the 2026 T20 World Cup that's scheduled on 15th of February in Colombo, as the India-Pakistan fixture accounts for massive advertising revenues, sponsorships, as well as branded content that directly has an impact on that game. Former cricketer Basit Ali has now warned that a full tournament boycott by Pakistan could actually push local broadcasters towards bankruptcy due to enormous financial losses from lost viewership as well as ad inventory, exacerbating the already dire situation. Now, amid escalating pressure, PCB chairman Mohsin Naqvi met Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who instructed the board to explore all options while resolving the issue in solidarity with Bangladesh, ousted after refusing to play in India, leaving the final decision on participation expected by early next week. And that too through strict ICC sanctions, revenue freezes, and also legal threats make a complete pullout increasingly unlikely. Let me also bring in my colleague Rakshita, who is joining us on this broadcast. Rakshita, first to you with regards to the meeting that took place between PCB chairman and Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Any details that you're picking up in terms of are there any options available before the PCB at this stage?
Whatever the options are, they're not viable for Pakistan. You know, there are two options that could be possible. They either boycott the match with India or they boycott the entire tournament altogether. None of the options is going to have a good bearing on Pakistan. It's only going to be at the Pakistan's disadvantage. Now, you're talking about the boycotting a specific match, the Group A match with India on the 15th of February. That will lead to cutting the reduction of points, match points, and also match participation fee. That of course that could be that's a huge amount which Pakistan, we all know the state of Pakistan, and that is something that's not going to augur well for Pakistan. It can also invite further sanctions. Now, talking about complete boycotting of the tournament is also going to land them in trouble. There's no justification. We understand how we all know that it was Pakistan who somewhere incited Bangladesh for a boycott, and we all know that Bangladesh had to be booted out. It was shown the door. It's no more a participant. Now Pakistan, earlier it did not say anything on the boycott officially. Now again they're trying to, they're again at it with their antics, with this meeting that is going on. But this has happened in the past also. Whenever there has been when there has been an ICC tournament in India, Pakistan has always tried to put up this posture that we will not come to India, so on and so forth. Ultimately, they had to come to India. They played on Indian soil. Not that the people of the country, especially after Pahalgam, not even before that, not after Pahalgam, nobody is interested, nobody wants, as a matter of principle, that Pakistan should play on Indian soil. But talking about the technicalities, the ICC could be in fact leveling, some really serious sanctions against Pakistan. Talking about withdrawal from the tournament. Now, the revenue share, Pakistan's annual ICC revenue share estimated at 312 crore rupees, $34.5 million. That could also be suspended. And there could be broader sanctions also, where they have a Pakistan Super League. Foreign players could be suspended from there. It could also affect their bilateral matches, bilateral series also. So ICC could level some really severe punishment sanctions against Pakistan if it tries to boycott the entire tournament. And remember, unjustified is the word. There's no justification for Pakistan. There's no reason for Pakistan to actually boycott this tournament. And talking about the sentiment of the nation, well, Indians, of course, do not want Pakistan to come here. We've seen the kind of gestures they have made in the past when a multi-nation tournament, the way the Pakistanis have behaved, making those gestures of jets, so on and so forth. They've all fallen flat. They always are handed out a defeat by Indians. But yes, this is something that the Pakistanis are trying to weigh in. Is there any option that they can impress the people of their own country? Because clearly they have no really any standing. They have no grounds to boycott as such. But the fact that Indians also don't want Pakistanis playing here, they have no support. The environment, the atmosphere will never be at all in favor of Pakistanis who will be playing here. Having said that, the question of security that ICC has dismissed when it came to Bangladesh also. And yes, Bangladesh could be replaced as per ICC sources. Bangladesh has been replaced by Scotland, but it could come back to the tournament if at all Pakistan pulls out.
Thank you very much, Rakshita, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking the story very closely. Shifting focus now to the other top story that we're getting to you this evening. Gujarat's anti-terrorism squad arrested Faizan Sheikh, a resident of Charpul in Navsar district and originally from Dundwala, Narpat Nagar in Rampur, Uttar Pradesh. This was on 25th of January in connection with the terror conspiracy case. Now, according to the officers who were basically carrying out the investigation, Sheikh had become radicalized by the ideologies of Pakistan-based terror groups Jaish-e-Mohammed as well as Al-Qaeda, leading him to illegally procure a weapon and ammunition with the intent to carry out targeted killings of selected individuals to instill terror and fear among the public. The arrest, in fact, marks a significant preventive action by the Gujarat ATS to thwart potential terror activities amid ongoing nationwide efforts to counter radicalization and cross-border terror influences. Investigations are continuing to uncover any broader network or accomplices that have been linked to the conspiracy. In fact, from the details of the investigation that have been carried out, and this is what we know so far, pictures and images that have been recovered from his possession essentially indicates that they had specific places as their target. In fact, their entire aim was establishing an Islamic caliphate. Now, this is what Gujarat ATS had to tell my colleague earlier today.
गुजरात एटीएस कंटिन्यूसली भारत के किसी भी हिस्से में अगर कोई टेरर एक्टिविटी करने का प्रयास करता है तो उसको पकड़ने के प्रयास करती रहती है। इसी सिलसिले में गुजरात एटीएस के डीवाईएसपी श्री हर्ष उपाध्याय को एक इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली कि एक फैजान नाम का बंदा है जो मूल रामपुर यूपी का रहने वाला है और अभी लगभग 3-4 साल से नवसारी में रह रहा है। वो दर्जी के व्यवसाय में शामिल है। ये जो बंदा है ये ऐसे लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करता है जो उसके हिसाब से पैगंबर के विरुद्ध कुछ बोलते हैं इन लोगों की इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करके बहुत सारे ग्रुप्स में भेजता है, वेपन भी कलेक्ट कर रहा है, इनको मर्डर करने का ये प्लान बनाता रहता है। साथ ही साथ जैश ए मोहम्मद और अलकायदा के बहुत सारे चैनल से जुड़ा हुआ है, खास करके मुफ्ती मसूद अजहर और रऊफ असगर को काफ़ी ज़्यादा फॉलो करता है ये। उनके कहने पे अगर उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की तरफ से इसे इंस्ट्रक्शन मिले तो एक विशाल जो जिहाद की परिकल्पना है, इसमें जुड़ करके कश्मीर में जो जिहाद है उसमें भी जुड़ने की इच्छा रखता है। इस इंफॉर्मेशन को जब शेयर किया गया तो टेक्निकल टीम में वायरलेस सब इंस्पेक्टर निकुंज जोशी और डीवी रबारी को ये दिया गया। एनालिसिस करने में पता चला कि ये अल फैजान गाजा नाम से एक आईडी है जो चला रहा है। इसके अंदर प्राइमा फेसी हमें बहुत सारा ऐसा कंटेंट मिला जो कि रेडिकल है, टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ को अंजाम देने के लिए जो इसने टारगेट्स आइडेंटिफाई किए गए हैं उस तरह के लोगों के इसमें नाम वगैरह डाल रखे हैं, फोटोग्राफ शेयर किए हुए हैं, प्लानिंग शेयर की गई है, वीडियोस शेयर किए गए हैं। एक डिटेल टीम बनाई गई जिसमें निखिल ब्रह्मभट्ट, CH पनारा, KB देसाई, AP परमार, PB देसाई, VR जाडेजा, मणाल शाह टीम को रखा गया। नवसारी SOG और नवसारी जिला पुलिस भी इसमें साथ में ऑपरेशन में जुड़ाई। ये जो फैजान है ये नवसारी में आइडेंटिफाई हुआ, इसे डिटेन किया गया। इसके पास से कुछ शंकास्पद वस्तुएं बरामद की गई। इसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट एक वेपन जो कि ऑटोमेटिक जैसा जिगाना पिस्टल है और इसके साथ 6 राउंड मिले हैं। इसके साथ ही कुछ कपड़े, कुछ लिटरेचर भी मिले हैं। साथ में जब इसके फ़ोन का एनालिसिस किया गया तो देखा गया कि ये विभिन्न टेलीग्राम चैनल से जुड़ा हुआ है। अल फैजान गाजा के अलावा एक दूसरी इंस्टा आईडी भी चला रहा है। इस इंस्टा आईडी पे ये बहुत सारा जो रेडिकल कंटेंट है उसका प्रचार प्रसार कर रहा है। अलकायदा जैश ए मोहम्मद की जो रेडिकल कंटेंट है वो लोगों को सर्कुलेट कर रहा है, प्रोपोगेट कर रहा है। साथ ही जो भी लोग पैगंबर के विरुद्ध कुछ बोलते हैं उनको मारने की जो इसकी इच्छा है उसके तहत ये वेपन प्रोक्योर कर रहा है। साथ साथ उन लोगों के नाम, उनकी फोटोग्राफ्स वगैरह कलेक्ट करके दूसरे ग्रुप्स में भी ये शेयर करता है।
सर ये गुजरात कब आया और क्यों आया और अभी तक क्या ये लिस्ट में कोई गुजरात का भी कोई जो कोई लिस्ट है गुजरात के?
नहीं, इसमें अभी तक जो है ये गुजरात में जब बताया कि ये दर्जी काम से आया था, पिछले 3-4 साल से रह रहा था, मैंने पहले आपको बताया। और ये जो लिस्ट में है इसमें प्राइमा फेसी गुजरात का कोई बंदे का हमें नाम नहीं मिला है। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि ये जो जैश ए मोहम्मद के जो मेन बड़े टेररिस्ट हैं इन लोगों से जुड़ा हुआ है। खास करके ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद की जो स्थिति है उसको देखते हुए इस तरह के जो लॉन वुल्फ हैं जो कि किसी टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के इशारे पे यहाँ पे कोई टेरर एक्टिविटी एग्जीक्यूट करें तो ऐसी ये मानसिकता रखता था और इसको समय रहते हुए पकड़ा गया। इसके साथ में इसके टेलीग्राम्स के जो चैटिंग्स हैं उससे एक मोहम्मद अबू बकर नाम के बंदे की भी पहचान हुई है, आईडी की पहचान हुई है बेसिकली अभी तक, जिसमें भी ये लोग आपस में फरतुल्ला गोरी, मसूद अजहर और दूसरे टेररिस्ट लोगों के जो वीडियोज हैं वो एक दूसरे का साथ शेयर करते थे। दूसरे बहुत सारे टेलीग्राम ग्रुप हैं जिसमें ये जो अपने टारगेट्स थे उनकी इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर किया करते थे और ये आगे उनको मारने का प्लान बनाया करते थे।
क्या इसमें NIA की इन्वॉल्वमेंट होगी इस केस में?
देखिए, जिस भी ये जो केस है ये UAPA, BNS और आर्म्स एक्ट के सेक्शंस इसमें लगाए गए। UAPA के सेक्शंस NIA के शेड्यूल ऑफेंस में आते हैं तो ये बाद में डिसीजन इसके बारे में होगा।
सर कौन सी कोई घटना थी जिसकी वजह से ये रेडिकलाइज हुआ, ऐसा कुछ जानना है?
अभी इसका हम रिमांड लेकर के कल रात को ही वापस यहाँ ATS पहुंचे हैं। ये प्राइमा फेसी ऑनलाइन रेडिकलाइजेशन का एक एग्जाम्पल लग रहा है, परंतु डिटेल इंट्रोगेशन से इसके साथ खुद ऐसा कोई घटना हुई होगी वो हम आपको फॉलोअप में बताएंगे। इमीडिएट फ्यूचर के बारे में ऐसा नहीं कह सकता। मेनली इसका जो व्यवसाय है वो इसको एक जिससे बोलते हैं कि हम कपड़े की सिलाई का जो खास करके सीजन होता है शादियों का, जिस टाइम पे बहुत ज़्यादा ये इंगेज होता है, तो इस पर्टिकुलर सीजन के बाद में वापस जाने पे हो सकता है कि कुछ करे। इमीडिएटली 2-3 महीने ये यहाँ पे इंगेज रहने वाला था और उसके बाद में वापस रामपुर जाने पे ये क्या करता है उसके बारे में थोड़ा इंट्रोगेशन हम और करके आप लोगों को बताएंगे।
The European Union and India have now announced a landmark trade deal after nearly 2 decades of on and off talks as both sides aim to deepen ties amid tensions with the United States. Now, it will essentially allow free trade of goods between the bloc of 27 European states and the world's most populous country, which together basically makes up nearly 25% of the global gross domestic product and a market of about 2 billion people. Now, the pact is expected to significantly reduce tariffs as well as expand market access for both sides. More in this report.
Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals.
The landmark deal between India and the EU has finally been inked. This FTA will open up new opportunities for cooperation in diverse areas.
आज की इन उपलब्धियों के आधार पर हम अगले 5 वर्ष के लिए एक और भी एम्बिशियस और होलिस्टिक स्ट्रेटेजिक एजेंडा लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। एक जटिल वैश्विक वातावरण में ये एजेंडा स्पष्ट दिशा देगा, हमारी साझा समृद्धि को आगे बढ़ाएगा, इनोवेशन को गति देगा, सुरक्षा सहयोग और सुदृढ़ करेगा और पीपल टू पीपल टाइज को और गहरा करेगा। यहीं से एक नया युग शुरू हुआ। आज भारत की और यूरोपियन यूनियन की यह ऐतिहासिक समिट वही क्षण है।
The FTA broadly focused on trade, defense and security, climate change, critical technologies and strengthening the rules-based global order. The new partnership comes at a time when Europe is seeking to reduce its dependence on the US and China and deepen its diplomatic and economic ties to other regions.
In a multipolar world, the European Union and India are working together to grow spheres of shared prosperity. But prosperity does not exist without security. Strengthen our cooperation to better protect our citizens and our shared interests. Working together to counter the full range of security threats we face in the Indo-Pacific, in Europe and around the world, reaching a new level of strategic trust between us. That is the significance of our agreement on a security and defense partnership. The first such overarching defense and security framework between India and the European Union.
The deal is expected to double EU exports to India by 2032 by eliminating or reducing tariffs in 96.6% of traded goods by value. It will also lead to savings of USD 4.75 billion in duties for European companies.
It brings together Indian skills, services and scale with Europe's technology, capital and innovation. It will create levels of growth that neither side can achieve alone. And by combining these strengths, we reduce strategic dependencies at a time when trade is increasingly weaponized.
The EU Accord will open up India's vast and highly guarded market, with New Delhi slashing tariffs on cars to 10% over 5 years from as high as 110%.
आज 27 तारीख है। ये सुखद संयोग है कि आज ही के दिन यूरोपियन यूनियन के 27 देशों के साथ भारत ये FTA कर रहा है। यह एक ऐतिहासिक समझौता हमारे किसानों, हमारे छोटे उद्योगों, इसके यूरोपियन मार्केट तक पहुंच आसान बनाएगा, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में नए अवसर पैदा करेगा और हमारे सर्विसेज सेक्टर के बीच सहयोग को और प्रबल करेगा।
India is also slashing tariffs on alcoholic beverages like wines to 75% immediately from 150%, which should be lowered to 20% gradually. Tariffs on spirits will be lowered to 40%. The long-awaited free trade agreement is expected to significantly expand the overall trajectory of the two-way engagement.
Coming up at 7 p.m, this is exclusive with my colleague Niranjan as he explains why this is now being called mother of all deals. Special guest joining on the other side.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Amity University has been ranked India's #1 university for business and economics and the #1 private university for computer science by Times Higher Education Subject Rankings 2026. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
Thank you. No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions.
I don't want to marry. I just want medals.
आपका नेशनल एंथम बजता है किसी दूसरे कंट्री में और सब लोग उसके ऑनर में खड़े होते हैं. That is the best feeling ever.
I don't just carry a sword. I carry the spirit of my mountains and the hopes of a nation, and I am undeniably made for gold.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे. दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग भी बन सकती है.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
Thank you. No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. It's 7 p.m. And on This Is Exclusive, we are coming to you live on the biggest business headline of 2026. It's a deal that will directly impact up to 2 billion people. Did India gain more, or does European Union gain more? We will have some perspective on that with two people who know exactly what matters in the deal, joining us live on the show tonight, along with some exclusive inputs we have on the airline blackmail on This Is Exclusive. That's coming up at around 7:15. First up, the headlines this evening.
आज भारत ने अपने इतिहास का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न किया है.
We did it. We delivered the mother of all deals.
India and European Union ink an historic trade agreement. Deal will help facilitate 25% of total global trade. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says FTA is a breakthrough in ties after 20 years, welcomes new chapter and partnership. Pakistan continues to call the shots about a possible boycott of the T20 World Cup. 9 months after Pahalgam, we are still thinking, should we play, should we not play, should we entertain Pakistan or should we entertain Bangladesh? What an irony. Indigo, Air India, SpiceJet, other airlines pushing for FDTL rules relaxation a few months after the Indigo chaos. The blackmail is now complete. Thank you for staying with us on This Is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go across to our guests from European Union and people who worked in European Union on this deal perhaps for a long time, let's tell you what this deal means for India and Indians. First up, who gains more? Let's take a look at some of the details of this particular deal on your screen. We will have the details of who gains more, because that is more important. Right now, when you look at the details of what European Union gains, tariffs on over 90% of European Union goods have been cut. Over $4.7 billion a year saved in customs duties alone. It gives edge for European Union exporters in Indian markets. Easier access for finance and maritime services. Now, what does India really gain? Many people asking, what do we gain? Why is it important for India? India-European Union trade will now grow beyond $136 billion. Duties of nearly 96.6% of European Union exports will be cut. Duties on aircraft, spacecraft exports have been cut. More access for agricultural and processed food exports, cheaper imports of European cars and medical equipment. In fact, there was a lot of buzz around European cars, but even in that, there are some limitations. We have details of that. We will be going across to those details in just a bit. But first up, let me introduce our two guests on the show. I have with us Per Clausen. Per Clausen is a member of Union Parliament, a member of a European Parliament. He's an MEP. He's from Denmark. He's joining us on This Is Exclusive. And I also have Manjeev Singh Puri. Good evening, Mr. Puri. Manjeev Singh Puri has been the former ambassador of India to the European Union. So we have someone who's worked from the Indian side in India representing the European Union joining us live, and someone who's sitting inside the European Parliament also joining us live. First, let me get the European perspective first, because the European Union chief is here. Per Clausen, you've been very vocal about Europe having to cut off any possible trade with America. In fact, I saw a statement that you put out saying that to teach Trump a lesson, you had to halt that trade. Right? And you guys have halted the trade talks with America for now. What is your take on this big deal that India signed? Ursula von der Leyen says it's the mother of all deals.
I think we'll still make trade with the United States, but we need to have a much better cooperation with India. Lots of different places, I think. And this agreement, I think, is very, very important because it gives the European country better possibilities to make trade with India, and it also, I think, is a good thing for India. So I think it's very, very important because it gives both India and Europe better possibilities to be independent in our relationship to the United States. And I think for Europe, it's very, very important to be more independent in our relationship with the United States. And this agreement, I think, is a very important way to go in this direction.
Yeah. Mr. Puri, if I can get your views on this deal. I mean, and I'm sure you've had details of the talks that have been ongoing for several decades now, 2 decades, if I'm not wrong, is what Piyush Goyal said. Who wins? Everyone's asking who wins. Does the European Union get more? Does India get more? What's your take on it?
Thank you very much, Niranjan, and I'm very happy to see a colleague from the European Parliament here. Look, let me go to the Prime Minister to you. There is shared prosperity in this. These are trade negotiations. They are not about one country gaining and the other losing. They are about shared prosperity, and that's exactly what we've done. Now, this may have been, let me say, more than pushed because of the transatlantic turbulence. Well, so be it. We didn't ask for that turbulence. Neither did actually the European Union. But if we do this, they do multi-alignment. We foster our ideas of multi-alignment. And I dare say we both win, but so does the global South in general, and in fact the world in general by itself. The way I look at it is there are opportunities for us to take our trade forward. But Niranjan, let me be very clear. In my opinion, given the fact that the European Union is the second largest economy in the world, today several $1 trillion ahead of the Chinese. This and a huge technology base. This is a great opportunity for us to be able to leverage them for our dreams of Viksit Bharat. We get their companies to invest in India. Believe me, companies invest when they also look at what are the trade possibilities, not just the domestic market. When we ease this, we signal to them that the governments are there, the institutional arrangements are there, protectionism is going to be lowered, and there is legal certainty. Please invest in India. The Indian market is there for you, and the global market opens up. We develop, the European Unions get benefit, and there's a general large win-win among the world's 2 largest democracies, obviously the largest among the world's largest economies, although there's a great asymmetry between where the European Union is and we are today. But hopefully, many of these things will lead to a kind of our going upwards and Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me get, Per Clausen, what is the symbolism around this? There is obviously a message that's going out, because we saw the Americans weren't happy. There was some nasty comment made by Donald Trump's aide. I think his name is Lutnick or something. He's not happy about this deal. They're sort of looking at it in a very cynicism, with a lot of cynicism, right? So what is the symbolism, the message that India and Europe are together sending to America and Donald Trump?
I think we're sending the message that Donald Trump is not a man who is in power in Europe. The work we will do, but we think it's necessary to have our own sovereignty, and I think that's a deal pact with India here is very important in that. And I would say to Trump threatened people. He threatened Canada because they made a deal with China, and he wants himself to make deals with China, but he wants to threaten the countries in the Western world, also European Union. And I think it's very important to show him that we could make deals, we could make agreements with other countries in the world. And India is a very, very big country, very, very important country to have a good relation with. So I'm very, very happy that it sounds that we have this agreement. I must say we now have to read all what's written with a small, because we should be sure that this agreement also is good for ordinary people in Europe, and I think for ordinary people in India. But I think it will be in that way, and I hope we could manage this agreement. And we have to have a democratic process in Europe as every time. But I hope it will be relatively easy to do that.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Puri, one last question with you, sir. What do you think is the message that we've sent out to America? And how does this change things, if at all?
Let me first say this. The Americans have got whatever message they want. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had several negative things to say. Fine, that's fine. But, we never asked them to start all of this. These are, trade and flag are two sides of the same coin. They started it. The great message is the European Union, the second largest economy in the world, has signaled that they believe that India is a country of significance and consequence also for them domestically. That shows, in a sense, the acceptance of India as not just a middle power, as Prime Minister Carney said, but as a major emerging power. That's particularly important. From our side, the big gain is the signaling that we are giving to European corporates. India is a trusted partner. It's a trusted partner with now certainty in legal terms. Come invest in India. India's growth results in betterment as far as you are concerned. And as I mentioned to you, there's shared prosperity for us and we believe for the world. The Americans, thank you very much, whatever you did. But nobody says you're out. You're welcome to participate. But a rules-based order is perhaps a better order, including for you, but that's your decision. We, on our side, are deciding that we will do multi-alignment. We will look at different partners. And I'm glad that the European Union and India have both agreed to something that they knew for a long time. But the little nudge and push is always required in these things. And very happy that it's happened. It's a red letter day for all of us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Perklausen and Mr. Puri, for joining us on the show. It's a big day for Indian markets. In fact, even Indian bodies, trade bodies like the CI and FICCI, very, very optimistic about what this deal now does for businesses in India and also in Europe. Let's move on now and get you an exclusive story that we've been tracking here on Republic TV. It's on the airline blackmail, and each one of you remember, ladies and gentlemen, when the Indigo chaos happened, when close to 1 million passengers were directly affected. Why did the Indigo chaos happen? Because of something called the FDTL rules. Now, it is clear now that all the airlines have united. They've all come together. Basically, Indigo's come together with Air India, and they've now come together with SpiceJet, Akasa, everyone, because they want the government to permanently relax the FDTL norms. And Republic has the details. In fact, there is a chart that one of the points that airlines tried to make is to say that they did not have enough pilots. They tried to say they don't have enough manpower to enforce the FDTL rules. But take a look at this chart on your screen. Now, what this chart shows you is which airline has how many pilots versus the requirement of pilots and the surplus pilots on their rolls. And when you look at this, when you look at the entire chart, Air India has a surplus of 414 pilots, Air India Express surplus of 171 pilots, Indigo surplus of 467 pilots, Akasa Air surplus of 367 pilots, SpiceJet has lesser pilots than required. But what it shows you is that they don't really have any shortage when it comes to pilots. When there are enough number of pilots, why are they going to the government and asking for FDTL rules to be relaxed? Now, what this confirms is, Shravan, this manufactured crisis that we saw during Indigo is now coming a full circle. This is exactly what they wanted. They used the Indigo chaos to go to the government and then say, hey, listen, we don't have pilots, or it's going to happen again. You've looked at the details, documents, Shravan. What does it confirm? Well, in fact, let me try and explain why exactly have the airlines all come together demanding that the FDTL norms to be changed. The reason being is that it has a direct impact as far as operations are concerned, which would essentially mean that the pilots would be given more rest. The number of days basically goes up, which means that they will have to bring down on the number of flight operations that they essentially do. And that's exactly why you've had bigger airlines, particularly like Indigo, having a problem with this entire issue. Of course, at that point in time, Air India wasn't really vocal about this. Akasa did not have much of a say in this entire matter. But the biggest, the impact was particularly with Indigo, because you're looking at over 3,200 flight operations essentially getting directly impacted, because as per the roster, you would have had to perhaps improve the number of hours that you're giving to the pilots. In fact, the Pilot Association time and again have basically raised concerns about the fact that a single pilot is essentially asked to stretch beyond the norms, and that is the reason why the FDTL norms were basically tweaked. In fact, there was a court intervention following which you've had the airlines really stepping in and accepting those terms. Now, what's also important to highlight is that the Aviation Ministry and particularly the regulatory body is equally responsible for this, because the regulatory body has essentially accepted the time that has been given to them to make the necessary changes as far as the rosters are concerned. Yeah, I want to show that table once again, because that sort of busts the lie. Let's go to that table once more. So it's not as if these airlines are short of pilots. They say they don't have enough pilots for the FDTL norms. Now, why are FDTL norms important? Flight duty time limitations govern how pilots work in shifts, get adequate rest, because pilots need to be rested. Some of the airlines are used to making pilots work overtime, and they don't like the fact that pilots are getting rest. Point number one. Point number two, this FDTL is being brought to mitigate fatigue in pilots and overhaul the safety mechanism in Indian aviation. It's going to ensure better air travel safety. But Indigo has a problem. Let's go back to the numbers, please, because the story is in the numbers. And if you look at these numbers, it just busts that lie. Each one of them, except for SpiceJet, has surplus pilots. Now, this is where the story stands. Wanted to get you these numbers and the details that we've picked up of a meeting. They've gone to the Civil Aviation Ministry and tried to meet the minister and arm twist. That's where the story stands. Republic tracking the story carefully and watching every update. Airlines hoping that we don't have our eyes on that development, but we do. Watching it closely. Thank you for joining us, Shravan. That's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. Arnab coming up with two big debates. The big cricket debate is at 8 p.m. Why are we still talking about playing with Pakistan, entertaining Pakistan's tantrums? That debate at 8. And who really wins with the India-EU trade deal at 9 p.m. Stay tuned. Go Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Amity University has been ranked India's #1 university for business and economics and the #1 private university for computer science by Times Higher Education Subject Rankings 2026. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanking. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions, speech, or affiliations. According to the complaint reviewed by Bloomberg, Trump's lawyers state that, quote, debanking is a matter of public interest and significant importance to all consumers and businesses in the United States of America. They argue that J.P. Morgan Chase, given its history and size, is a central actor in what they call a troubling saga. This lawsuit frames this not just as a personal grievance, but as part of a broader campaign against the weaponization of the banking sector. The allegation is that financial institutions are acting as ideological gatekeepers, cutting off access to capital for those who don't align with certain political views. J.P. Morgan Chase has been quick to respond, and they are firmly denying these accusations. In a statement released shortly after the news broke, the bank rejected the idea that political or religious factors play any role in who they do business with. Their defense hinges on risk, specifically legal and regulatory risk. The bank stated, quote, "We do close accounts because they create legal or regulatory..."
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
Thank you. No, I haven't stopped it. No, it debanked to me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions, speech, or affiliations. According to the complaint reviewed by Bloomberg, Trump's lawyers state that, quote, debanking is a matter of public interest and significant importance to all consumers and businesses in the United States of America. They argue that J.P. Morgan Chase, given its history and size, is a central actor in what they call a troubling saga. This lawsuit frames this not just as a personal grievance, but as part of a broader campaign against the weaponization of the banking sector. The allegation is that financial institutions are acting as ideological gatekeepers, cutting off access to capital for those who don't align with certain political views. J.P. Morgan Chase has been quick to respond, and they are firmly denying these accusations. In a statement released shortly after the news broke, the bank rejected the idea that political or religious factors play any role in who they do business with. Their defense hinges on risk, specifically legal and regulatory risk. The bank stated, quote, "We do close accounts because they create legal or regulatory risk for the company." Interestingly, the bank's statement seemed to push the responsibility back onto the government. They noted that they regret having to close accounts, but claimed that strict rules and regulatory expectations often force their hand. In a direct address to the political climate, the bank added, quote, "We have been asking both this administration and prior administrations to change the rules and regulations that put us in this position." This lawsuit relies heavily on state-level protections in Florida. By filing in Miami-Dade County, the president is testing the strength of Florida statutes that were designed to protect consumers from this exact type of corporate behavior. The complaint cites trade libel and a breach of the implied covenant of good.
From the world of cricket and the politics surrounding it to the cosmic discoveries, rewriting all that we know about the universe till now. Tonight we have a big lineup of trending stories that are nothing but ordinary. We begin with Pakistan's loud boycott talk ahead of T20 World Cup, a move that sounds defiant but is completely ringing hollow. It could only cost Pakistan millions and billions, which it can't afford, of course. And also on the show, we're going to tell you the story, the video that is going viral of a veteran. It has sparked national outrage as a wheelchair-bound war veteran is stopped at a toll plaza on the eve of Republic Day, questioned over his exemption documents. And then we also bring you the latest discovery by NASA. Straight out of science fiction, NASA discovers the dark matter. Details of the dark matter, the invisible force quietly controlling our galaxies, stars, and maybe even our existence. We have all this and a lot more packed in for you in this edition of Trending. I'm Rakta Mishra. Let's get started. So Pakistan Cricket Board's boycott drama continues now, this time over T20 World Cup. It's sounding bold, but it's dangerously reckless. PCB has hinted at skipping its big group match against India on the 15th of February in Colombo, partly in solidarity with Bangladesh, as it says, which was replaced after refusing to play in India. But here's the catch. India-Pakistan clash is tournament's cash cow. Broadcasters, sponsors and advertisers have invested heavily in that fixture. Missing it could cost Pakistan $38 million in potential losses in lawsuit. Even former cricketers warned that a full boycott could hurt local broadcasters and the PCB itself. Meanwhile, that ICC are only applying so it's going to be much risky for the Pakistanis. The drama unfolds. Pakistan's gamble might end up being a very costly one for themselves. So strip away the rhetoric, and Pakistan's boycott threat has one glaring problem, that there's no solid ground to stand on. ICC's independent experts say there is no credible threat. And look who's talking about threat. These terror sponsors. India-Pakistan match is scheduled, ladies and gentlemen, for Sri Lanka for 15th of February. What is the justification? There's nothing. None of that ICC or anybody recognizes in their sane mind, in their sanity. History offers a clear warning. Boards that mix politics with cricket do not get concession. And after everybody, it's Pakistan who is doing this drama. Message from ICC is clear, that play by the rules or pay the price. Without proof, without support, without leverage, boycott won't pressure the ICC. Meanwhile, Bangladeshi sports journalists have also been left outraged after the ICC denied media accreditation for the T20 World Cup 2026 in India. For the first time in ICC history, not a single journalist from Bangladesh has been cleared to officially cover the global event. According to ICC officials, the decision is linked to Bangladesh government statements that have repeatedly called travel to India unsafe. So the controversy has sparked fear that Bangladeshi media should not be now coming to cover the matches. And in fact, after the backlash, now what I understand is that the ICC indicates it could be revisiting the accreditation process, with reports suggesting some applications may now be reconsidered. All right, joining us is in sports journalist Joseph Hoover on the broadcast. Mr. Hoover, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV. And so this is, you know what, there are two things to it. First of all, Pakistan is only trying to, commit what is a suicidal, move for them. It's not going to augur well for them. It has never worked out. This grandstanding, this boycott drama has never actually, yielded any results for Pakistan. And secondly, why should we even be interested in calling Pakistan? Instead, India should be saying no to Pakistan. You're not at all welcome on Indian soil.
Yeah, Rakshita. First of all, ICC should come down very strong, saying that this game of holding the knife at somebody's throat and saying we will not play, we will do this, that and all has to stop. Cricket can do without Pakistan and this melodrama. It can definitely do without that. Secondly, as you said, India also should take a strong step in saying that we don't want to play Pakistan. Earlier, what we did was wrong. Asia Cup, despite all the bleeding, we went ahead and said because of ICC pressure, we have to play. We will only not play bilateral. But ICC has every right to stop Pakistan from playing even bilateral matches. Because before any tournament, they all sign an agreement saying that terms of conditions and they agree to play this tournament. So by pulling out, Pakistan is doing a grave mistake and it will lose a lot of money. Pakistan cricket desperately needs money. And without India and ICC, Pakistan cricket cannot sustain itself. So Pakistan needs to understand that this game should not be played over and over again. We are all tired of this. As cricket enthusiasts, we are hurt by what's been happening over and again. And every time it's a Pakistan issue, the cricket has to come into the picture. Because everybody says it's a big money. India-Pakistan match draws in big money. What is the ICC doing? ICC should have set the ball rolling long ago and said, okay, the other teams are good enough to come to India or we go somewhere, we can earn this same kind of money. The earlier, yes, India-Pakistan matches were big when they had quality players. Today, they don't even have 2-3 decent players whom we can talk as icons.
Yes.
So we can do without them. Cricket can do without them. And I for one, would always say,
they indulge in juvenile acts. They indulge in juvenile acts. We all know what the so-called interior minister and the PCB chief, Mohsin Naqvi, did with the trophy. It held the trophy hostage. He ran away. He stole the trophy.
I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, even after all this time, he has not had the courtesy to say, okay, I want to offer the trophy back to India. He has not done that. And here again, he says, after naming the team, he says, we will think about it, whether the government will clear us or not. See, this is just a game. They will definitely come and play this tournament because they need the money. They cannot do without this tournament. So let's accept the fact that T20 is the big draw, one of the biggest draws in the world today, where it brings in a lot of money. And if ICC, Naqvi thinks that he can be still threatening ICC and threatening India, that game is over. People have seen enough of this.
Yes, absolutely. And no one wants to see, Pakistan playing here in India. No one is interested in that. The BCCI stand remains to be something that it needs to be very, very clear out in the open. Thank you so much, Mr. Hoover, for joining us on Republic TV with your reaction. We are thoughts on that. Shifting focus now to the other trending story now. A wheelchair-bound war veteran Republic Day Eve journey turned into a painful moment when he was stopped at a toll plaza after staff raised questions over his toll exemption documents that triggered a widespread outrage. The officer later shared a video describing the incident that went viral on social media, sparking outrage. In this clip that we're going to play out, he expressed disappointment over the way he was treated despite showing official documents. He has that permission. Calling himself a casualty of war, the officer says that he had crossed multiple toll plazas without any issue before. He was never stopped, but this time things were different where he was stopped in this particular plaza and he felt insulted clearly, viewers. In fact, take a look at this video first. Okay, viewers. So the video, in fact, has triggered public outrage. National Highways Authority of India issued a clarification saying that toll exemption applies only to the serving army personnel on official duty. NHAI also added that since the person was at the toll, was an ex-army officer, he was not eligible for exemption because he was retired, and that the documents submitted did not meet the required criteria. However, the clarification has now been challenged online. Viewers point out that the exemption letter shows it was issued for his wife, a serving army nursing officer travelling for posting, and the journey had already been cleared at multiple toll plazas using the same document. It raises, of course, issues on whether there was no verification, no proper verification, no due attention that was paid to this matter. In fact, we also are being joined by another retired war veteran, Major D.P. Singh, the Blade Runner of India. Thank you so much, Major Singh, for joining us on Republic TV, sir. And we saw your reaction also online today, because you pointed out that there are certain rules which clearly contradict. So if you could just explain to our viewers the anomalies here, the problems out here. Major Singh, I request you to please unmute yourself. We can't get your audio.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I was asking that, let's understand first, why do we make rule and why do we tweak rules to make it more stringent? Because somebody actually do not understand that there is a person with disability who needs to be given some type of a support or some type of a respect so that he lives his life freely, comfortably. Now the toll exemption primarily has been given to persons with disabilities so that when they are moving around in their vehicle, they can, out of respect or out of the disability which they have suffered, should not be charged. This is the least which can be done for persons with disability. In this particular case, Commando Shivraj is actually a quadriplegic, which is the maximum disability somebody can have. That means he is all four limbs he cannot use comfortably. You can very well see in the video also, when he is moving around his arms also, his fists are closed because there is no control on his fingers. Now this person is moving with a vehicle which is actually of her wife, and her wife has gone on posting to Delhi from one particular place where the toll exemption is applicable to a person who is serving when the person is moving around on an official duty. Now her wife official duty is actually justified when this particular vehicle exemption certificate has been shown by him on every toll. Now let's not talk about the exemption to the official service personnel. Let's only talk about the persons with disability case here. As I mentioned, the rule has been made so that it is being followed by everybody who do not even understand the black and white, or who do not even understand the English of why do the rule has been made. Now, if he is a quadriplegic, the common sense also says, and also his UDID card which he was carrying and showing at every toll plaza, that he is 100% disabled. So when the exemption has been given by the government and every other toll plaza has also respected him as a soldier, then this one particular toll plaza perhaps took something on personal ego that we will not let you go. You know, in my personal opinion, I feel that primarily every human being, every Indian is a very, very respectful towards the soldiers. At times, few people make such acts or do such acts which actually overshadows every good deed done by every other Indian.
Right.
And that acts primarily and majorly are being done by people who are under the impact of some sort of a ego state.
Right, sir.
Now let me tell you, let me add here, just because few, if you allow me to use the word joker, because I can't hold my emotions, few jokers have made some fake disability certificates. Because of that, the simpleton people like him are being harassed. if a fake disability certificate has been made for a person who is actually not a disabled, who is the culprit? The doctor who is making the disability certificate. But who is suffering? Persons with disability. Have ever anybody raised the question against that doctor, or have ever that particular person who has made the fake certificate been challaned or being given any sort of a punishment? Nobody does so. However, when we see that too many fake things is happening all around, we tweak the rule to make it more stringent. Till 2019, I myself have taken the toll exemption certificate FASTag by adding my disability certificate along with the application of FASTag, giving it to the bank. When they see, okay, he is a person with disability, they had given me the toll zero balance toll FASTag. After 2019, because of this such fake certificates, now this time when I purchased the vehicle, I had to apply to NHAI online because the rules have been made stringent. Now, while applying to NHAI, it took me personally, when I am staying in a Chandigarh like a city, 1 month to get the FASTag. Now, imagine a person who is staying some interiors of the India from where the district headquarters, the state headquarters is far away, and online application, even if it is going, it is actually being scrutinized by various people at the NHAI headquarters, and then it is being passed on to some other authorities, and then they pass on the FASTag. And then you go to that particular local NHAI office and get the FASTag in person by showing again your exempted invalid carriage vehicle. My question is, if I have purchased the vehicle and I am taking 1 month to get the FASTag, which is zero balance, am I not able to allowed to use a vehicle on national highway without FASTag? If I go like that, then again I am doing an illegal act, because if you are crossing the toll without having a FASTag, it's an illegal thing. So you are curbing my abilities this way also, and you are curbing my abilities that way also. So instead of it is actually giving support to or appreciating the abilities, rather you are forcing me to become more disabled.
Absolutely, sir. We completely understand your point that you've raised, and thank you so much for raising them. In fact, many thanks, Major Singh, for joining us on Republic TV and voicing your thoughts on this story. In fact, let's shift our focus to the other stories that are trending today on the social media, and they're breaking the internet. It's time for the hot trends. The Beckham family has chosen a public display of unity in response to the growing feud with eldest son Brooklyn. Rather than issuing a statement, David and Victoria Beckham appeared together with their younger children at a high-profile event in Paris, where Victoria was honoured by the French government. Brooklyn and his wife Nicola Peltz Beckham were noticeably absent, reinforcing signs of a deepening rift. Victoria thanked her family on social media later, pointedly avoiding any reference to the controversy. 12 years after a life-altering skiing accident, Michael Schumacher's recovery has reached a milestone few thought was possible. Reports suggest that the Formula One legend is no longer confined to a bed and can now sit upright and move around with the help of a wheelchair. The development marks the most significant progress in over a decade, offering rare hope in a journey that was largely private. Behind the scenes, wife Karina has built a world-class round-the-clock medical ecosystem across their home, focusing on neurological stimulation and cognitive engagement. Vijay's highly anticipated film Jananayagan has once again hit a major legal speed breaker. The Madras High Court has set aside the single judge's order that had pushed for a censor certificate, delaying the film's release further. The court observed that the censor board should have been given adequate time to respond, and without CBFC clearance, the film cannot hit the theatres, leaving fans waiting with no confirmed release date. Priyanka Chopra is set to headline Harvard University's India Conference 2026. Two-day event scheduled for February 14 and 15 will explore India's evolving role on the global stage. Joining her are eminent voices including Shashi Tharoor and Amitav Acharya. The year's theme is the India We Imagine. Actor Varun Dhawan found himself under scrutiny after videos showed him doing pull-ups inside a Mumbai metro coach. The incident occurred during a surprise theatre visit, with the actor choosing the metro to avoid traffic. While fans cheered this spontaneous moment, metro authorities flagged safety concerns. They reminded commuters that such behaviour violates civic rules and can attract penalties. And ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this special edition tonight, we leave you with a sight that blends tradition, discipline and music grandeur, a majestic ceremony, an extraordinary occasion and a musical atmosphere like no other. Experience the mesmerizing and spellbinding martial tunes of India's military bands as they take centre stage at Beating Retreat 2026. From stirring classics to soulful symphonies, a celebration of honour, heritage and national pride. Watch this as we say goodbye. Time to freeze Pakistan out of world cricket. India-Pakistan T20, time for a hard no. Arnab takes on the T20 controversy at 8 p.m. The India Energy Week 2026, where global leaders have converged, underlining India's growing centrality in shaping the future of global energy. CEOs and senior executives from some of the world's biggest energy companies have outlined ambitious plans spanning innovations and long-term investments. Across these 4 days, the world is not just meeting on global energy cooperation, it is setting the stage for how we as a population will collaborate on ensuring a safe and secure future in terms of sustainable energy efficiency. From renewables and hydrogen to infrastructure and advanced energy systems, the focus is firmly on delivery, scale and speed. More from our correspondent on the ground, Nitin Wagila, as he brings you the complete coverage over the next 3 days.
At India Energy Week 2026 in Goa, the spotlight is firmly on global industry, as top energy executives and business leaders outline their vision for the future of energy with India at the center of it all. The world's biggest energy players are mapping out concrete strategies for the decade ahead. With participation from over 120 countries and more than 700 global companies, India Energy Week has emerged as a key platform where policy, capital and innovation converge.
Well, we embarked upon the digital transformation journey. It was about 4 years back. A major shift in the way we are doing business. So it's been now 4 years. We have a lot of digital capability. We have a lot of digital implementation which has gone into all our processes, right from refining to marketing, and in marketing across businesses. The natural progression is to go into AI, which is basically looking at predictive modeling. That's our real area of interest.
Industry leaders say India's scale, market potential and policy stability make it one of the most attractive destinations for energy investment anywhere in the world.
Look, energy is a very valuable resource in India. It's not easy to produce. So with the large adoption of data centers coming into India, we are expecting huge power savings if the data center companies, they adopt this technology.
From green hydrogen and renewable expansion to digital energy systems and sustainable infrastructure, the focus is on accelerating the shift towards cleaner, resilient, and future-ready energy networks. Beyond announcements, high-level discussions and closed-door meetings are also shaping global long-term partnership and strategic cooperation. The message from global industry leaders is clear. India is no longer just a market, but a strategic partner in shaping the global energy transition.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Amity University has been ranked India's #1 university for business and economics and the #1 private university for computer science by Times Higher Education Subject Rankings 2026. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not
European Union deal. Total win for India or not? The big FTA. What's the impact on India? Arnab breaks down the mother of all deals at 9 p.m.
At India Energy Week 2026 in Goa, the spotlight is firmly on global industry, as top energy executives and business leaders outline their vision for the future of energy with India at the center of it all. The world's biggest energy players are mapping out concrete strategies for the decade ahead. With participation from over 120 countries and more than 700 global companies, India Energy Week has emerged as a key platform where policy, capital and innovation converge.
Well, we embarked upon the digital transformation journey. It was about 4 years back. A major shift in the way we are doing business. So it's been now 4 years. We have a lot of digital capability. We have a lot of digital implementation which has gone into all our processes, right from refining to marketing, and in marketing across businesses. The natural progression is to go into AI, which is basically looking at predictive modeling. That's our real area of interest.
Industry leaders say India's scale, market potential and policy stability make it one of the most attractive destinations for energy investment anywhere in the world.
Look, energy is a very valuable resource in India. It's not easy to produce. So, with the large adoption of data centers coming into India, we are expecting huge power savings if the data center companies, they adopt this technology.
From green hydrogen and renewable expansion to digital energy systems and sustainable infrastructure, the focus is on accelerating the shift towards cleaner, resilient and future-ready energy networks. Beyond announcements, high-level discussions and closed-door meetings are also shaping global long-term partnership and strategic cooperation. The message from global industry leaders is clear. India is no longer just a market, but a strategic partner in shaping the global energy transition.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई
The fact is, there is nobody with the USA. Trump is completely isolated today. He doesn't know what to do. Europe has finalized this huge deal with India. Europe is basically saying we are hedging against American behavior, unpredictability. Let's work with a more predictable India. Trump is in a massive mess. He's brought about the culture of hatred, and his ugly, indecent pompousness has made him a standing meme, and there is civil war in the United States that's beginning to break out. Trump is hallucinating. He doesn't realize the situation in America. He is now turned on Americans and fight people and governors in different states till there's absolute all-out civil war in the United States of America.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the
show tonight, nation above cricket. No more compromise just because some people want to make a lot of money showing India-Pakistan matches. And at 9 o'clock tonight, everybody is talking about the mega deal. I'm the only channel, the only network, the only anchor who's asking, is it really a good deal? Dear viewers, Pakistan is blackmailing India. Bangladesh and Pakistan are jointly blackmailing India because they know that if they stop the India-Pakistan cricket matches, not so much the India-Bangladesh ones, then all hell will break loose. So they are using that one lever they have on us of cricket to blackmail us. And we are allowing ourselves to be blackmailed. I'm sorry, but we are allowing ourselves to be blackmailed because there is this stupid craze over India-Pakistan cricket. Because there are some people who say, oh, we can't live without watching India-Pakistan matches. And Pakistan knows that, Bangladesh knows that. Dear viewers, it should be nation first, not cricket first. But there are so many people out there who say, nation later, cricket first. But I know that if you're watching this tonight, if you're watching me tonight, you feel it is nation above cricket. And I would like you to raise your voice because what's going on is not good. On the 1st of January, 2026, the first day of this new year, I said, on this program, I asked, who is this Mustafizur, the Bangladeshi player who Shah Rukh Khan really wants so badly that he's willing to pay him 9 to 10 crore rupees? And I said Shah Rukh Khan should know better. He didn't know better. I'm happy he got to know better. And then Shah Rukh Khan and his KKR were forced to drop him on the 3rd, I think, ladies and gentlemen. They were forced to drop him. Good for them. Better late than never for KKR and SRK. Because the people of India had spoken. By that time, the people of India said to KKR and to the cricketers and to this super rich IPL club that, listen, our views matter. Our views matter. You can't be lynching Hindus day after day and the government of Bangladesh does nothing about it, and we then put the red carpet for Bangladeshi players to play in India. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the point is that was a victory of public opinion. Because of your pressure and my pressure and our combined pressure, the voice of the people, KKR was forced and IPL was forced to remove this Mustafizur. Because, ladies and gentlemen, people ask that a country that is quiet on the lynching of Hindus is so desperate to play cricket in India. In response to Mustafizur's removal, the Bangladeshi cricket board, Bangladeshi government thought it's a great way of trying to respond. They said, we won't show IPL in India. I don't care. Do you care if people in Bangladesh watch IPL? We won't broadcast IPL in India. And they went one step further then. They said, we will not play cricket in India. And there's this some T20 World Cup happening, and they said, we will not play in India because it's not safe for us to play in India. Ladies and gentlemen, a country that allows the lynching and brutality on Hindus suddenly became extra sensitive about cricket. Problem is, this cricket is the problem. Cricket is the Damocles sword around our neck. Cricket is the one spot where they put pressure on us. Pakistan, Bangladesh, who are they to put pressure on us? But they use cricket. And then Pakistan saw geopolitical opportunity. Pakistan threatened to back Bangladesh and said, don't worry, Yunus, we are with you. We will also not play cricket. Great. It is at that very moment that the BCCI should have issued a statement saying nation first, don't play cricket, let there be no cricket, cancel the T20 World Cup. But I don't know why they have not said that. The BCCI says it's not our job. It's the ICC who has got to say that. But listen BCCI and listen ICC, you're one and the same. Because we always say 3/4 of the money in ICC comes from India, so we control ICC. BCCI controls ICC. Sometimes we say we control ICC. At this moment, we want to make it look as if ICC is a separate body. I do not understand why the ICC has not issued a clear statement on this, especially when this fellow Mohsin Khan, who leads the near bankrupt Pakistan Cricket Board, went and sat with Shahbaz Sharif. This is a country where the puppet prime minister has so much time that he's sitting and discussing how to threaten India over cricket. And he issued a statement that we are considering our options. And the problem is, even when all of this nonsense is happening, the ICC has not issued a statement. What's going on? What's going on? ICC, what's going on BCCI? What the hell is happening? Nation first, not cricket first. And all of this is happening because somewhere you are being used. Yes, because you are the cricket viewer. And all these cricket people are saying, we are not doing this for ourselves. It's Indians who want to watch India-Bangladesh cricket. It's Indians who are desperate about India-Pakistan cricket, which means that we are allowing the Pakistanis to blackmail us, using Bangladesh, jointly blackmail us, because they think we want to play cricket with them. Which means that the blood of all the people who sacrificed their lives for this country does not matter, but that blood sport called cricket matters. The blood of Indians doesn't matter. And a few months after Operation Sindoor, we're going to sit here and we're going to say, oh, what will the Pakistanis do? I say tonight, call their bluff. Call the bluff of these Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis. Call their bluff. Just like you and I, all of us came together to put pressure on KKR to remove Mustafizur Rahman from the IPL team so he can't get 9-10 crore rupees. I say tonight, raise the cry. Call the Pakistani bluff. Say we don't want. What will happen? I'm told some T20 is going on between first week of March to the first week of April or whatever. First week of February to first week of March. But are you so desperate to, are you, the viewer, the citizen, the people of India, so desperate, so crazy to watch India-Pakistan cricket on a Sunday, that you're willing to forget the fact that that's going to happen only when we allow them to blackmail us? Why should we allow it? Are we going to sit here and allow this, viewers? And every time we are told, you know what? Let art be above India-Pakistan. Let cinema be above cricket, India-Pakistan. Let theatre and qawwalis be, let cricket be. I say nothing should be. Nothing. No part of our life should say we will compromise with an enemy country. No self-respecting country would have allowed this. No self-respecting country would have allowed this. Just imagine a situation where any country pleads with the other, two countries at war. One country pleads with the other, allows the other side to blackmail them over a 20-over cricket match. I'm asking you, for a 20-over cricket match, we will allow ourselves to be blackmailed? What else do we have to see in this country? Ladies and gentlemen. So I say tonight, I put this issue about the obvious blackmail of this country in the name of India-Pakistan cricket in your court, the court of public opinion, so your awareness is raised and you can start talking about it. And I want all of you, even if you're cricket lovers, to remember those ugly scenes when those Pakistanis, raised their bats in a Middle East stadium to mock us after Operation Sindoor. And today, we are going to allow those same Pakistanis to say, we won't play cricket with you. These same Pakistanis and their ugly tactics, their ugly and obscene behavior, opening their shirt, they won some football or some hockey tournament, they behaved like they had won a war because it was an Indian soil. The point is, we allow it. We allow it because we say, oh, we must watch the T20 match. Listen, if you're a peacenik, change your line. 100% of the people of the country are with Republic today on this issue. To the ICC, I would say, call the Pakistani bluff. To the BCCI, issue a statement. To the people of India, say no more blackmail in the name of cricket. No more blackmail. Nation above cricket. Please circulate this so we can jointly raise awareness on these issues, because we matter. You and I do matter. Let's debate.
This one picture puts the entire cricket debate into context. Pakistani Prime Minister meeting the PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi. Watch the still picture and the body language. They even released an 11-second choreographed video after this meeting. Watch this. There is no audio in this video, but one look and you know it is a blackmail tactic.
मेरा ख्याल है बांग्लादेश के साथ ज़्यादती हुई है और मैंने आईसीसी की बोर्ड की मीटिंग में भी यही कहा था, आप डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स नहीं कर सकते हैं कि एक मुल्क के लिए आप कहें कि जी जो मर्ज़ी जब मर्ज़ी फ़ैसला कर ले और दूसरे मुल्क के लिए टोटली ऑपोजिट फ़ैसला करें, और इसीलिए हमने ये स्टैंड लिया है। देखें, अगर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान कहती है कि नहीं खेलना तो वो 22वीं टीम ले आएँ, फिर जो भी आएगी, बट ये फ़ैसला गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान ने करना है।
Pakistan is trying to call the shots, and 9 months after Pahalgam, we are still debating what to do with them. Hear the words of the BCCI.
पाकिस्तान इसमें बेवजह पड़ा हुआ, एक झूठी जो है वो बांग्लादेश को चढ़ाना है, उन्हें पुदीने के झाड़ पे चढ़ा देना और ये सब उनको उकसाने में बहुत बड़ा रोल पाकिस्तान का है। पाकिस्तान को सब नहीं करना चाहिए। पाकिस्तान ने बांग्लादेशियों के साथ क्या जाति की है दुनिया जानती, बांग्लादेशी जानते कि कितनी बड़ी जाति उनके साथ की थी, तब मुल्क को अलग हुआ था। अब उनको पहुंच गए हैं, उनको कुछ जो है हम समझा बुझा के उनको गलत रास्ते पे ले जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उनके हमदर्द बन के।
A look at these pictures should enrage every Indian. When Republic said boycott Pakistan, they did not. And we have had to deal with the embarrassment. When we won, they stole the trophy.
Without trophy.
And when we lost at the Under-19 Asia Cup, they invited Asim Munir to rub salt into our wounds. It could be a suicidal move for Pakistan anyway, even if they attempt to boycott a single match with India. Now, it's a direct breach of the legally binding agreement, that is the tournament participation agreement. It could be viewed as the weaponization of the tournament by the ICC, inviting sanctions of different kinds. Broader sanctions could in fact impact Pakistan's future that does not look bright anyway.
This is so stupid. Cricket can go to hell. We are being told today, General Bakshi, oh, you know, without Pakistan, there is no World Cup. So let the World Cup go to hell. Let the Cricket T20 World Cup go to hell. We don't need it. Do we need it? Do we need it? Joseph Hoover is nodding out there from Bengaluru, senior sports journalist. Joseph, tell me, what do you think?
Definitely, we don't need this. We have to show Government of India should show some spine. The BCCI should have some gumption to say no to this. This is going on for too long. Yeah. Earlier, Arnab, there was quality cricket. There was good rivalry. Today, there's not even enough strength in the Pakistan team to take us on. They're a very weak side. And we can do without them. Earlier, yes, it was entertainment. We used to look forward to that. And after what they've done to us, if our government is going to be succumb all the time, I think we have to move on. We can do without Pakistan. ICC can do without Pakistan. And Pakistan cannot be bluffing all the time, saying that they will not play, they will do this, do that. No, this has to stop. We are all tired of this. We want cricket, but not like this. They can't be all the time bluffing and throwing their weight around. And also we need to understand that Pakistan cricket desperately needs money to sustain itself. Without the support of the Indian BCCI, I mean, what the revenue earned from the BCCI, the ICC cannot sustain cricket at all. Yeah. So it's high time Pakistan realizes that they need to get their house in order. They cannot be throwing the weight around.
And this is
They're tired, actually.
Yeah.
I used to be a cricket writer. I used to enjoy writing about these matches. But every now and then, there is some issue or the other. They come to Pelgam, kill us, and our country says, okay, we are ready to play with them because ICC will blacklist us and we cannot even play bilateral. To hell with it, as you rightly said.
To hell with it.
To hell with it. This ICC trophy is not a big thing. India, as a country, we have to respect ourselves.
I don't know what this Rajiv Shukla is doing, by the way. I don't know. But BCCI is ICC and ICC is BCCI. There's no difference between the two. The question tonight is this, that situation is very interestingly poised. Before I come to Monty Panesar and former cricketer and Rakesh Rao, senior sports journalist, Rajinder Amarnath is with us this evening. Good evening, Rajinder ji. Great to see you. Atul Vasan is with us, and Chandrasekhar Luthra. Our lines are open. People are with us. Every time we discuss this, see, General Bakshi, this situation is different. They're using cricket as a geopolitical weapon. They are saying that we are going to use cricket to show solidarity with Bangladesh towards the establishment of an overall Islamist ecosystem. Right? And we are going to use cricket as a geopolitical tool so that Asif Munir and Shehbaz Sharif put pressure and try to blackmail India by threatening to walk out of the T20 World Cup. Your thoughts, General Bakshi?
Arnab, I am slightly amazed and frankly I'm sick of this cricket business.
So I'm sick and tired of it. I'm fed up of it. Let it go to hell.
Such outrage.
Really?
Let it go to blazes for all I care. You see, the simple fact is, last time there was such widespread outrage in the country.
Yeah.
Why the hell are we dying to play this stupid country? You know, they can't behave, they can't play. They can't play for nuts, man. And they can't behave themselves. They use it as some kind of a comic theater of the absurd.
Yeah.
You all saw the shenanigans they did. Now they are saying they don't want to play with us. We should have heaved a sigh of relief and said, to hell with you. To go to blazes with you, man. Shove it up where the sun don't shine. What nonsense is this that we want to play for the sake of sporting spirit.
For sake of Sunday tamasha for people.
Was banned.
I'm telling you, sir, it's so disgusting.
South Africa was banned for over 50 years.
No, I am putting this to the people, viewers. I'm saying this all very seriously,
no
General Bakshi.
No nothing.
No, General Bakshi,
because of their horrible apartheid policy.
No, I'd say just...
This is worse than apartheid, man.
I want
this
to...
This is genocide and murder.
I want to
that
say...
this nation is guilty of.
I want to say
we still want to play?
I want to say to the people watching the program, if you have bought ticket for the India-Pakistan match, return it or burn your ticket. Or write back and ask for a refund. If this T20 Cricket World Cup happens after any kind of a compromise with Pakistan, any kind, I don't care what kind. Any kind of a compromise with Pakistan because somebody has bought sports rights for thousands and thousands of crores of rupees. I put this issue in the public opinion, like I put on Aravali. Aravali, Supreme Court had to change its position. Now a bunch of people say, oh, Arnab is talking too much nowadays. I will talk too much. I will talk as much as I want. I say to hell with this India-Pakistan cricket. People are with me. Don't smile, Chandrasekhar Luthra, Atul Vasan. People are with me. They hate this compromise, Atul. They are livid. They are livid today. Cricket has become an extremely unpopular sport because it's openly declared that it will come at the cost of national interest.
People also hate Arnab, when our foreign minister goes there and shakes hands with the Pakistani Senate chief. People also hate when the same Jai Shah, he attends meeting of every ICC meeting, and the gentleman who is also the chief and interior minister, like his own father is in India, he also sits there, shakes hand and discusses everything. People also hate when your government has no spine, I would say, with so much of responsibility to call these kind of matches of you are making these players a pawns in your hands. You will ask them not to shake hands. You'll tell the under 19 guys, under 19, believe me, that not to shake hands.
What do you want? To puppy chappy with the Pakistanis? Are you out of your mind?
Puppy chappy.
What do you want? What do you want?
No.
All is good, huh? You are the Karan Johar view of the world. Come on, live in reality, man. Live in reality. Don't do this.
Puppy Jappi is being
don't do this. Listen.
But
Chandrasekhar Luthra.
Obviously, you have no guts to ask them. Obviously, they will go there, shake hands, whatever, Puppy Jappi. Or in bachcho ko aap pawn bana doge. Huh? What kind of policy or foreign policy is like this? And when General Bakshi talks about the apartheid was a completely different issue where the entire world boycotted them and we were also the part of that. It is not the apartheid, it is between the two countries. If you have to take a call, your call has to come from the government, not by these boys. And about this Rajiv Shukla, your BCCI or BJP who is controlling your BCCI and ICC, they have no guts to come in front. And they'll put this middleman there, वो तो वैसे ही भूखे हैं, एक बाइट ले लो और चला दो. Who asked him? Who is he there in BCCI? Nothing.
You sit and salivate over your India-Pakistan match on a Sunday.
I'm not salivating. I'm just putting the facts
You
straight.
sit and salivate as much as you want to.
You are making fools of, these are people who have been watching your program. You will call ICC to do this, to do that. Ask your government to call off this match. I am with you. I am with
Listen,
General
Chandrasekhar Luthra, first of all, now I'll need to hit you back nicely. Listen.
Please do that.
Let me hit you properly because you deserve it. The fact of the matter
also deserve a lot.
Yeah, I deserve it.
I'll
give it back to you as good as it gets and you enjoy it now. Because the fact is, I said BCCI is ICC and ICC is BCCI. I make no difference here. No, I make no difference between ICC and BCCI. I call upon even our government to tell the ICC and BCCI that we will not be blackmailed out here. And I think the Ministry of External Affairs, every ministry needs to step in because the fact of the matter is, Asif Munir, Atul Watson, listen to me. This is not about cricket anymore. Asif Munir and Shehbaz Sharif want to use the T20 World Cup to blackmail India. I am saying don't be blackmailed. Atul, what wrong am I saying, Atul? Call the bluff.
What has happened? I don't understand actually because, they are helping you for looking like fools, because they have gotten into a corner just because of this kind of a narrative that, that they are using cricket as to just keep the masses placated because earlier they used to use Kashmir. Now that people have got bored. So now they are in a spot now. If Bangladesh comes back, look egg on the face of them. And I said yesterday, because they can say these statements, but they know that they will never, ever, not come to the World Cup because they are playing in Sri Lanka anyway. And they were the ones to actually propose this when India didn't go to Pakistan. So I think basically when you put dysentery, don't put stuff in your nose. That's what I said yesterday. And these jokers are helping you. You should be happy that they are making...
Which jokers are you talking about, Atul?
Themselves look so bad. And
which
what
jokers,
has happened?
Which jokers are you talking about?
The Pakistanis, What has happened? Because
so,
the Pakistanis, because Pakistan cricket is the same as the regime and the military.
One minute. Atul, do you remember that something called Operation Sindoor happened? Or have you forgotten? Now, 1 minute. At that time, we were always told, there will be no bilateral, but we'll do multilateral sports events. First of all, cricket is not multilateral. 5 or 6 countries
what has
in the
happened?
world
I don't understand what is the issue.
Cricket is as much a global sport as kabaddi. Or maybe kabaddi is more a global sport than cricket. If you look at the number of countries that played. No, 1 minute. We come down. Sorry, I know you've been a former cricketer. Don't feel bad. You played for a Commonwealth sport. You never played a global sport in your life.
No, but what
you
is
played a
happened,
Commonwealth sport. Don't
page.
mind. Now, point is, all I'm saying is, Atul, listen to me. Atul, it's all about money, honey. Advertiser billing goes up to 12 lakh rupees per 10 seconds during the last Asia Cup India versus Pakistan match. Okay? Therefore, Pakistan knows that there is some Indian broadcaster, some Indian digital broadcaster which has paid a lot of money. So let us blackmail the whole Indian sports media ecosystem by threatening to pull out. Otherwise, what lever does Pakistan have on us? Their radars also don't work. We went and hit the Brahmos, but we are now begging them to play cricket with us.
No, but by doing that, they have actually got themselves into corner, because if they go back, then Bangladesh comes back, you know.
So go, let them both go. Let's call off the cricket World Cup.
And not in a million years they can say no.
Atul,
Why? Because Pakistan, if they play,
because it's hurting my national interest. Okay,
like
viewers, listen.
Dubai.
Viewers, one second. I'm being asked why. Okay, one second. Listen, I'd ask you this. Monty Panesar, you are not an Indian citizen, right? But you are in Goa tonight. You played for the United Kingdom, for England, right? And you have Indian origin. You tell me what your take on this is. Because the whole bunch of Indians who are saying they will feel breathless without playing cricket with Pakistan. What's your take?
Look, obviously my take's going to be from, a cricketing point of view, and also, being from England. And when we watch India-Pakistan games, that's the game that everybody wants to watch. And during ICC events, it generates 40% of the revenue, financial revenue. And, the last 2024, ICC T20 World Cup, it generated up to 40 to 50 million, US dollars. And over the last decade, India-Pakistan games have generated over 1.4 billion, US dollars. So from a financial implication, it's a huge, a money spinner for ICC, also, for BCCI and world cricket and fans all over the world. The biggest event is India versus Pakistan. It's bigger than the Super Bowl. It's bigger than, the Football World Cup. So this is a huge sporting event. So, there's massive implications, financial implications, marketing implications, and just, the fans worldwide, which are the biggest stakeholders. So worldwide, everybody wants to watch India versus Pakistan. And I just think from that point of view, it's a huge, big, for Indian cricket and Pakistan. So, it's not that easy just to pull out, or, for BCCI just to sort of, eliminate Pakistan, because of the huge interest that it has. It's a global event when India versus Pakistan happens anywhere in the world.
Okay, can I make two comments to respond to yours, and then I'll get in Rajinder Amarnathan. I'll put this question to you, the viewers. I am being told by people who claim they know better than me that it is better and important to compromise with Pakistan, because there is a lot of 40% of the revenue of the World Cup comes by playing Pakistan. That 40 to 50 million US dollars is generated. Okay? But I say tonight, you said 1.4 billion. We are a country, right? We are a country of 1.5 billion people. $1.4 billion doesn't matter to us. We are a $4 to $5 trillion economy. And I think nobody in India of any self-respect or anyone who has national interest in their heart should sponsor an India-Pakistan cricket match if it comes at the cost of compromise. And viewers should call it out. All these advertisers who are putting money on India-Pakistan cricket are putting it knowing that national interest can be compromised. But money has to be made, you see. पैसा बनाना है. राष्ट्रहित जरूरी नहीं है इस देश में. पैसा बनाना है. बहुत पैसा बनाना है. बहुत पैसे बनेंगे इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच में. राष्ट्रहित के बारे में सोच के कि जिम्मेदारी सरकार की है, दूसरों की है. मगर मैं कह रहा हूं कि मूल मुद्दा क्या है? मूल मुद्दा यही है कि यही सारे कंपनीज कहते हैं कि भारत के लोग देखना चाहते हैं ना इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच. भूल गए भारत के लोग ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को. अतुल वासन जी भूले नहीं है. याद दिलाओ मैं इनको. याद दिलाओ लोगों को. आपको लगता है क्रिकेट का कोई नशा है? ये क्या नशा है भाई?
अपनी
नहीं, ये क्या नशा? नहीं, अतुल वासन जी, ऐसा नहीं होगा।
आज ऐसा क्या हुआ है?
नहीं, it will not happen. People of India should boycott the India-Pakistan cricket match this time. What is this?
पाकिस्तान ने जो बोला है अपनी बेइज्जती
पाकिस्तान ने बोला है हम सैटरडे तक डिसाइड करेंगे,
नहीं खेलेंगे, पर आप शर्त लगाइए के लिए।
क्या शर्त लगा?
अगर देखिए अगर वो नहीं खेलेंगे तो बांग्लादेश खेलेगा, तो फिर
नहीं खेलेगा, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? क्या हो जाएगा? बांग्लादेश क्रिकेट हमारे साथ नहीं खेलेगा तो क्या होगा? भाड़ में जाए। What happens?
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
एज इट इज दोनों टीमें कहीं नाम निशान नहीं है उनका।
हाँ, तो छोड़िए ना उनको, कॉल दे ब्लफ।
ज्यादा चांस है,
यही तो मौका है, कॉल दे ब्लफ।
हाँ, तो छोड़ दिया उनको,
छोड़ दिया। राकेश राव छोड़ दिया। इतनी दुख के
सपोर्ट किया था।
कि छोड़ दिया।
वापस अगर आ गई,
आई एम सेइंग
तो हालत क्या होगी? मैं तो बहुत एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज़ उन्होंने अपने आप को ऐसी सिचुएशन में डाला है
अतुल
कि मजा आ रहा है मुझे तो।
अतुल, लिसन, all this puppy juppy India Pak attitude is over. We've not forgotten Operation Sindoor. If you're I bring Rakesh Rao into this debate, please. Should I open up the lines, viewers? Are you there? Okay, I'm opening up. Rakesh Rao, you're hearing these sides. It's getting very polarized. Your thoughts, please. He's former sports editor of The Hindu, senior sports journalist, is joining us live from Delhi.
Arnab, I've always maintained that India has no business to play cricket with Pakistan, and my stand remains the same.
Superb.
Going forward, if we continue to do what we are doing, I've been saying this repeatedly, that on one hand you say that India will not miss any opportunity to isolate Pakistan on international forums.
Yeah.
But at the same time, within months of Pahalgam, Rajiv Shukla goes and attends this, ACC meeting, comes back, doesn't speak to the media, walks silently in front of the waiting journalists, and then this announcement is made that India is going to play Pakistan in Asia Cup. Within months of that. And then the defense minister of this country maintains that, look, Operation Sindoor is not off, it's still going on.
It's going on.
There is a contradiction right there. Now, if you have to isolate Pakistan, if you need to, use this opportunity. Tell them, go to hell. And if today they are taking a stand that, look, we will take a call, they have politicized it to a very different level, and Indians cannot be just sitting and watching. I'm saying the moment they said we are going to take our time to take a call on this, tell them, go to hell, like you very rightly said, go to hell, we don't need you.
Superb. Speaking
Show them the way.
If
they want to be out of ICC, if they are out of ICC World Cup, who cares? They need India more than India needs them. Bangladesh needs India more than India needs them. And Arnab, just let me underline this one point. Both these nations have forgotten that they are part of the ICC as a full member, not without the help of India. India backed Pakistan, India backed Bangladesh. If you go and check history, you will know. And these two ungrateful nations today say, we are bhai bhai. They have forgotten 1971 completely. They have forgotten India's role. Two ungrateful nations, I repeat, are now joining hands and saying, hum to bhai hain. And that's what I'm trying to say. Let them just shut themselves up. Let them walk away.
We should celebrate today because they've आज तो जो काम किया उन्होंने पाकिस्तान ने आपको हेल्प करी है.
Allow me to finish.
उन्होंने खुद के पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मारी है उन्होंने. No, but yeah, so don't expect anything from them.
Atul, can I just finish my point? I was just making a point.
Then what do you expect?
No.
You're talking about ICC and then membership and all that. That's gone.
No, things are very, very polarized. Things are very sharply poised. You have no idea, Atul, how angry people are right now. And the choice is simple. I'd like to go to Rajinder Amarnathji, then come back to you, Rakesh, to complete. Rajinder Amarnathji, there is public opinion. Public opinion cannot be always kept aside, and we can't always be told that, listen, there are rich people, powerful people, politicians, industrialists who have got their money into cricket. Money has to be made, 40 million pounds has to be made of the advertising on India-Pakistan matches. That's not how people feel, Rajinderji. What's your take on this?
Thank you, Arnav. I've heard everybody quietly. Before I give you my response, I would like to salute General Bakshi.
General Bakshi, please.
Today I'm sitting in my room and enjoying the debate without any fear of being rubbed the wrong way by my enemy, thanks to people like John Saab. I'm very grateful to you, sir. Now, coming to the point of playing with Pakistan.
Yeah.
As an Indian, it's like a country which doesn't need to be discussed at all because of the reputation. We should not play cricket with Pakistan. We have done it in the past. We can do it again. We played the series in 1960, and for 18 long years, we had no contact with Pakistan cricket. We didn't miss any cricketer who played international cricket from that country. Why can't we do it now? Time has come for the government to take a solid decision. We can live without Pakistan cricket, but Pakistan cricket cannot live without Indian cricket. That is for sure. So time has come, Arnab, for us to tell them, listen, as far as we are concerned, we are not going to be playing with you. Tell the ICC members, either you are with us or you are against us. India should completely boycott Pakistan wherever they are, in whichever sport they are. Not only cricket, hockey, any game where they play. India should make their policy very clear and tell them blatantly, listen, like Americans do it, either you are with us or you are against us. Now is the time to put pressure. $40 billion don't make any difference to India now, especially when we had a deal with EU. $140 billion deal we have had with them. Cricket definitely is an entertainment. Let's leave it to entertainment. Let's not club it with the national pride. We have a pride to stay together, and I'm very sure all the Indians feel the same way as Arnab, you feel, I feel. And to me, I'm a cricketer myself. My family has played cricket ever since cricket been played in this country. But my father always said, never trust a Pakistani cricketer.
You know, can I first thank you very much for what you said for General Bakshi. And we all reciprocate the same. We love him, we respect him, we adore him. Second point I want to say, sir, that coming from the kind of legendary family that you do and your own contribution to cricket, your words carry a lot of weight. Problem is, cricketers don't speak. Chandrasekhar Luthra, the first person who should talk about this, should be Sachin Tendulkar. Should be Rahul Dravid. You see? One minute, let me speak. Ab they'll also think कि अच्छा हमारा sponsorship effect हो जाएगा. Our corporate and money deals will not go right. Rahul Dravid, Sachin Tendulkar, MS Dhoni. Now, Sachin Tendulkar shares an anecdote in 2018 about when he went to Pakistan, how Inzamam ul Haq introduced him to his son who was a massive fan. He says, such a touching gesture, I was so touched. So it's not like, what I'm saying, Atul, is not like Sachin Tendulkar does not talk about Pakistan. In different contexts, he presents a picture. After the Champions Trophy final in 2017, MS Dhoni, Virat Kohli, Yuvraj Singh were photographed spending time and taking pictures with the children of a Pakistani batsman. They said this is respect and friendship off the field. But Atul wasn't. The Brahmos was also fired off the field. I'm sorry. Why is Sachin Tendulkar quiet? Why Virat Kohli quiet? Why won't they talk? Why won't they talk?
Why just pinpoint this,
Why don't they talk?
About what? I'm missing something. What has happened today? Because
talk about
what? Because we are not
You're
playing
asking me
Pakistan
talk about what?
bilaterally.
I'm
Pakistan
saying
is going to play
talk
in Sri Lanka.
about.
They are helping us by looking like fools by saying that they're going to pull out when everybody knows that they cannot afford to pull out. If they pull out, then Bangladesh comes in. Imagine our enjoyment.
If they pull out, let Bangladesh come in. I'm saying you are obvious. When the PCB chief is sitting with the Pakistan Prime Minister discussing options, then why don't we call their bluff between now and Saturday?
It's the same as the regime. PCB chief is the same as the military and the regime.
Yeah,
so they have just weaponized cricket.
So why are we playing cricket with them anymore?
And they're helping us to look like fools.
Atul, 1 minute. Atul, I'll get Rakesh in to counter you. Atul or Rajendra.
We are not
is it not clear to you that they are trying to use this as a geopolitical event. We are the ones who are giving it too much importance. The World Cup. I'm saying call it off, finish the World Cup. Say we'll do it later. Let these people come to their senses first. What, huh? How is
why
huh
are
a
you
reply?
asking for it today?
Rakesh.
What happened today?
What, Rajinder Amarnath wants to say something to you. Yes, sir. Mr. Amarnath.
Enough. I think it's the right time for India to tell the cricketing world we are not going to participate in any tournament which is run by the ICC if Pakistan is invited. And now you can add even Bangladesh. Let ICC tournament be played without India. I can tell you, they cannot afford to lose India. Afford to lose the kind of money which is generated in India.
Chandrasekhar Luthra.
It's time for us
two wrongs don't make a
They'll
right.
come running back.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
What wrong? What wrong have we done?
You may not agree, but this is time has come.
On
We
the
have taken
same page.
enough
Yes,
of bullshit
Luthra.
from
Mr.
Pakistan.
Luthra?
Everybody is
They
on the same
are,
page.
I
that
can
India-
clearly define them in 3 words.
Yeah, I can hear you.
They live on dole, deceit, and I can say they're opportunists.
Absolutely. Opening the line, C.R. Writer from Mumbai. We'll take 10 callers back to back. C.R. Writer, Mr. Writer. Sir, please switch off your volume on your TV. You're on live, Mr. Writer.
Yes, sir. Arnab, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, yeah.
Arnab, what you're doing is a very fantastic job. Really keep it up. For me, my country comes first, then comes this cricket and all this nonsense.
Correct.
We are only showing the world by playing cricket that what a weak country we are.
Really, I don't know why we have to
ashamed of
play
saying it.
this cricket with Pakistanis all the time.
I don't know.
Mr. Writer,
Why
thank
is
you
our
very much
government
because
so
neither
weak?
ICC likes me, nor BCCI likes me, nor the politicians like me. Nobody likes me tonight. Thank you for
No,
liking
Arnab,
me. Jay
the
from
people-
Bengaluru. Jay.
Good evening, Arnab. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, I think Arnab and your expert team there, the best option is ICC should call a meeting or do a press saying that hell with this I-20 and ICC 20. ICC should junk Pakistan the way it started, just dump them by the roadside. As a country, I think they don't have a local stand-eye on any sort of sport that they play. They do politics over sports, not on the reverse way. Cricket is just a minuscule game. I think economy-wise, we are
Doesn't
way
matter.
ahead.
We should, and the broadcasters should say they don't want to play cricket. Broadcaster and sponsors. What is wrong with the sponsors? Viewers, what you can do is make a list of all the sponsors of this India-Pakistan cricket and tell them, don't sponsor it. It's a bad idea. It's a blood sport. It comes at the cost of national interest. Dhananjay from Hosur in Karnataka. Dhananjay.
Hi, Arnab. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Yeah.
Well, actually, in 1947, we booted these 2 rogue nations already. We don't want these rogue nations to play with us at all. And really, this cricket is just wasting our time. It is just a spoil sport nowadays.
Yeah.
We don't need them. And we just want no cricket with Pakistan.
Absolutely.
No cricket with Bangladesh. We don't want any more of this rogue nonsense anymore. So I would request Honorable Jay Shah to just reconsider his decision to boot out Pakistan as well. And India should also boycott all the sports, including cricket, hockey, kabaddi.
Everything. No sport with Pakistan. Absolutely. We're not going to, nothing will happen to us. Nothing will. Kumar from Bengaluru. Kumar.
Good evening, Arnab.
Good evening.
General Bakshi, my respects to you first
General
of all.
Bakshi on screen.
And Mr. Brar, you should not have attacked Arnab like that. He goes day in and day out and champions a lot of cause, and there's no reason for you to speak like that to him. The third bullet point that I want to make is India is trying to make Pakistan a FATF country. Should we not be part of this by campaigning not to play? When we demonetized the currency, Pakistan came down to its knees. And Atul, can you tell me one Pakistani player or one Bangladeshi player who speaks for India like you are speaking for Pakistan? Can you tell me one Pakistani or one Bangladeshi player?
Atul, answer. Full frame,
and
Atul.
Arnab, one last point. Why does Tendulkar...
Where is he gone? Bring his earpiece back. Atul, don't go. There's a question for you.
Why do they not speak? Is only because they are tied up with
Atul has
Bollywood.
moved his camera away.
Yeah, I know.
Atul is not answering.
Shameful. Shameful. You represented India and you are representing
Atul should
Pakistan
speak.
and Bangladesh now. It is shameful that you are doing.
Chandrasekhar, I hope you're getting the sentiment among people. It's all hot calls, sir. No call on this program is
absolutely. People are sensitive about it, but they don't understand or they don't want to believe that it is not the Sachin Tendulkar who has to respond to all your.
But Sachin Tendulkar should sit at his house, sit quietly and say, I will not talk. I will not talk about match fixing. I will not talk about spot fixing. I will not talk about India Pakistan. I will not talk about anything. I'll only talk about my advertisements.
Arnab,
I'll only talk about my ads.
Listen to me.
Now, what is this? This country has given you so much. Why won't you talk?
No. Then ask the Jai Shah not to attend any ICC meeting with Mohsin Naqvi. Then ask your foreign minister not to go there and shake hands with them. How can you make these players?
How can players be on all positions of BCCI and ICC, be on all the powerful positions but not speak up for the country? This is the only sport where country comes last.
Listen.
This is the only sport that puts money first, General Bakshi. No, Rakesh Rao is there. You know what will I listen to? This is the only sport where money matters. Nation does not matter. Even in the middle of a war, you will say, let's play cricket. I'm saying everybody should know, ICC also should. General Bakshi, I'm going to open up calls, too many calls coming. General Bakshi, you need to respond to this. People are feeling very hot about this subject. But
Arnab, we look like a nation of nutcases when we persist in playing with Pakistan despite the national outrage. Despite the national outrage. No less a personage than the Prime Minister of India said, blood and water cannot go together. Can blood and sports go together?
Put him on it.
I mean, why this distinction? Who has sort of elevated himself to a position higher than that of what the Prime Minister has laid down? Blood and water cannot flow together. Then how can blood and sports?
Call the bluff. Nation above cricket. Call the bluff. Boycott the damn tournament completely. Tell the sponsors to stop this. Every time, we have to play cricket, you see, people will forget. Nobody remembers Operation Sindoor. Chandrasekhar Luthra, everybody remembers Operation Sindoor and everybody remembers Pahalgam, where Hindus were asked to read the Kalma or get shot. You think people have forgotten? You have forgotten. You have forgotten, Chandrasekhar. I have not forgotten.
Your problem is you can't take their names.
What names? Who is mentioning BCCI, ICC? What names do you want? Rajiv Shukla, Jai Shah. They are the decision makers. What names? What decision? But also mention Sachin Tendulkar, Virat Kohli, Rahul Dravid.
Listen.
Listen now. You see, all cricketers, cricket bodies are opportunists. Sridhar is calling from Bengaluru tonight.
To resign and come back to
Calls are hot for 3 more minutes. Please call. Please raise your voice. Sridhar.
You know the consequences.
No compromise with Pakistan this time. Sridhar, are you there from Bengaluru?
Yeah, I am from Bangalore.
Yeah.
Arnab, Sridhar here.
Hi, Sridhar.
Arnab, we feel constantly fooled.
Fooled. That's the word.
And if the government has to declare that Operation Sindoor has stopped, then only we should get to play cricket with Pakistan.
Absolutely.
Who is the sports minister? Let him declare that Operation Sindoor is stopped.
East Bengal. That's the kind of sports ministers we have. There is no sports minister in India. They are just the, I would say some fill in the blanks type of people. If there is somebody who is powerful, that is our Prime Minister and Home Minister. And they have been the one whose nephew and whose son is there running the cricket and giving Pakistan an option of playing India at the neutral venue.
Listen, I tell you what, I am not in the business of keeping anyone happy. It's shameful that we said after Operation Sindoor, we said, Joseph, we said, we boycott Turkey. And now what happens? Turkish planes fly all over India. And they fly for Indigo, which then teams up with Air India to tell the government a few months after the Air India 171 crash that we cannot operate as per the safety guidelines you are mentioning. So we want to compromise the lives of passengers to make a little bit more money. Maybe the government will compromise there too. The question is not that, Joseph. I think it's getting very serious, Joseph. It's not cricket lovers versus cricket haters. It's India lovers versus India haters.
Arnab, we should also remember the armed forces all came together and said India should not play Pakistan in the Asia Cup.
Yes, sir.
There was a complete thing where all of them stood together and said we should not play it. But the Indian government was shameless, allowing BCCI to go and play against Pakistan. That is something that we need to discuss. How much time? Because Indian government is always following slow.
No, I think the government should also step in strongly. What do you think, Rajinder ji? Government should step in strongly.
I blame the government. What is the government doing?
The government has to do something.
Rajinder. They go about and play cricket bigger than life. We have lost so many people.
I think time has come now enough to take a call and take a very strong call. India can afford to get out of the international cricket for a year or two. I'm very sure it's going to hurt a lot of careers. But as I said, country comes first. A little sacrifice will help the nation and also bring us together to decide.
Okay, I got two callers.
We are now
I agree with you, Rajinder ji. From Kerala, Paul, you there?
Yeah, I'm there, yeah.
Yeah. Hi,
Good evening, Arnab Goswami. How are you?
Good evening. Very well, sir. What do you think?
Now, nation comes first. There is no compromise for it.
You're right there.
And not only that, if the sponsors are going to do this, then I think it's high time that we will have to boycott the sponsors.
Boycott the sponsors, boycott the game, boycott the tournament if it comes at the cost of compromise. Rakesh, I think everyone more or less is coming around to the same thought, so pressure must build. Rakesh, unmute.
I'm very clear. If you know, I want to just make two final points.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I just want to make 2 points here. One, all right. You know, if any sponsor is keen to sponsor India-Pakistan game, if it happens, declare him anti-national. Simple.
Yeah.
Number two, anybody who gives this kind of a reason that India has to play Pakistan in any international tournament, that is because we are looking to host the 2036 Olympic Games. That's plain rubbish.
Doesn't matter. No, it's rubbish. They're two different things.
That is completely rubbish. India is not going to get it. I'm an optimist.
We're not going to get the Olympics.
By choice,
anyway, we should not be interested.
No first time better.
Even so, we should not compromise national interest.
So anybody who tries to sell that.
No. First of all, we should not host the Commonwealth Games. I am against even wasting money hosting the Commonwealth Games because
too far away.
Commonwealth, I couldn't care less. I don't know why we are hosting it. But country first, nation first, not cricket first. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that inflection moment when you have to raise your voice. You have to make these things go viral. You have to talk about it. You have to share your opinion on this. You must put the pressure. We will, of course, lead this battle. But we must not allow anyone to compromise with Pakistan using our name. At 9 o'clock tonight, everyone's talking about the mega India-EU trade deal. Is it really a good deal or not? I'll tell you when we are back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity University has been ranked India's #1 university for business and economics and the #1 private university for computer science by Times Higher Education Subject Rankings 2026. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
आज भारत ने अपने इतिहास का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न किया है।
पावर्ड बाय सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड। पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, India and the EU have signed what is being called the mother of all deals. This is very good. I'm very happy, but we need to look at this in terms of how good a deal this is. A good deal or not a good deal? Mother of all deals, great deal, big deal, fantastic. But I'm not among those people who believe, for example, that covering an economic event or summit means going on a supported paragliding over Davos and making a fool of yourself, or that reporting on a serious event means going and having hot chocolate as if no Indian had ever seen hot chocolate before. Some of the stuff that some channels did in Davos were beyond embarrassing. I won't talk about those. Let's do serious analysis of the India-EU mother of all deals. The EU needs to diversify its supply chains. India needed to offset Trump, his tantrums. So without a doubt, mutually, this is a huge FTA. It's happening at a critical time for both Europe as well as India. So there are reasons why it is the mother of all deals, because it secures 25% of global GDP. This means 1/3 of global trade potentially. It's the mother of all deals because it brings together the second and fourth largest economy in terms of the size of the economies, because it unlocks preferential access worth potentially 75 billion in Indian exports, which means that we can become the export engine of the world, or at least move in that direction. And also because it crushes tariffs on 9,425 lines of Indian export, which is great market access for Indian goods. And we have done it with over 99% of Indian export entering the EU duty-free. So we have a great potential to become a big export economy. And finally, it integrates India with 27 EU countries in a homogeneous way. So we offset Trump. We, more than anything else, Narendra Modi sends a message to Donald Trump. So all of this is very important. It's excellent. But there are also questions we need to ask, not with skepticism, but with curiosity. One, what happens to India's FMCG sector, which has enough stiff domestic competition? Should we care about the FMCG sector? Oil, biscuits, breads will enter. Now, does it add up that we add 40% GST on sin products with 40% slabs, and then we incentivize wine and chocolate from Europe with zero tariff? Wine is alcohol. It's not a health drink. Third, the luxury cars of Europe get solid play in India. How does that slashing impact on India's auto sector, which is also wanting to compete at global scale? So we'll have to see the auto sector. Now, EU has protected its agricultural interests. Have we done the same thing for Indian farmers is a question I have, because French farmers were very angry after the EU deal with Mercosur. You know, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and that deal is still hanging. So we need to have a deeper understanding on agriculture. And lastly, have we diluted our own protectionist stance by agreeing to the first time to conditions we did not even agree in the WTO regime? Fact is, for example, the digital trade chapter integrates the majority of the rules agreed under WTO Electronic Commerce Joint Initiative, of which India is not a member. So have we agreed on conditions that we did not even agree under the WTO regime? Ladies and gentlemen, we need to see the fine print. We need to analyze the fine print. And of course, we can't do anything about it, but we need to be aware of it. Ladies and gentlemen, good deal or not? Let's debate.
Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. We are creating a market of 2 billion people. And this is the tale of two giants, the world's second and fourth largest economies. Two giants who choose partnership in a true win-win fashion. A strong message that cooperation is the best answer to global challenges.
आज भारत ने अपने इतिहास का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न किया है। आज 27 तारीख है। ये सुखद संयोग है कि आज ही के दिन यूरोपियन यूनियन के 27 देशों के साथ भारत ये एफटीए कर रहा है।
Amid global turbulence, India and the European Union have delivered the mother of all deals. A clear message sent to disruptors. There is an alternative way for the fractured world. As trade ties get tested, the world can rely on India.
Trade has flowed between our two continents for centuries. And trade is crucial geopolitical stabilizer and the fundamental source of economic growth. Trade agreements reinforce rules-based economic order and promote shared prosperity. That's why today's free trade agreement is of historic importance.
Prime Minister Modi asserts that the India-EU deal is a conscious alignment based on common values and goals.
पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन के संबंधों में उल्लेखनीय प्रगति हुई है। साझा लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों, आर्थिक सिनर्जी और मजबूत पीपल टू पीपल टाइज के आधार पर हमारी साझेदारी नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंच रही है।
For both European Union and India, it's a win-win deal. India gets unprecedented market access for more than 99% of exports. Major gains for labor-intensive sectors and a boost to Make in India initiative. All this while safeguarding its sensitive agricultural products and dairy sector. On the other hand, EU gets tariff reductions that none of India's trading partners have received so far.
This agreement covers almost 99% of the total exports that are sent from India to the European Union and about 97% plus of the total exports from European Union to India. Something which is unprecedented and reflects the strength and the depth of this agreement.
With India-EU deal getting announced, India is now getting preferential access for some of the most labour-intensive sectors, including textiles, leather, gems and jewellery. We talk about agricultural products, we talk about marine products. These are most labour-intensive sectors, pharmaceuticals as well. While we get preferential access for these sectors, we've also calibrated two other factors. In terms of auto liberalisation, we've opted for reciprocal market access, and in terms of sensitive agricultural and dairy products, we've essentially given them no access. So of course, we've given some, taken some. The big question remains, who gains more, EU or India?
With this, the EU becomes India's 22nd FTA partner. The deal cements India's position as dynamic, trusted and forward-looking partner on the global stage.
Okay, is it a good deal? This is the only channel on which we are having a discussion on the pros and cons of the deal. Everybody else is getting very sentimental and emotional about this being a big deal. It is a big deal. Is it a good deal? On Republic, we are asking, is it a total win-win for India or win-win for both? Who benefits more? And do we have any concerns to look at? Now, should we be sentimental? I first want to welcome Subhranshu Singh, well-known business marketing leader, PK Basu, well-known economist, Sanju Verma of the BJP, Santosh Mehrotra, very well-known economist and policy maker. We have Salem Dharanidharan coming as an economist, usually anti-BJP, pro-DMK, today as economist, and Priyanka Kakkar, Chief National Spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Okay. Any concerns? I mean, PK, apart from what happens to Parle, I mean, who cares what happens to Parle? I mean, the Indian economy is not based on biscuits. But some people are saying, what's going to happen to these biscuit makers? What's going to happen to Parle? Who's going to buy Parle biscuits? I couldn't care less who buys or doesn't buy Parle biscuits. If they are better biscuits, buy better biscuits. If they are worse, it depends on price, right? Why are people asking these questions about FMCG? As if biscuits are going to decide the direction of the Indian economy. PK, I want you to open this up, please.
Well, FMCG, I think there are different segments of the market. I think the European FMCG players will gain some market share. But we'll have, I'm sure there'll be a place for Parle and Britannia to continue to compete. The more important thing is that we get access to the European market for our labor-intensive products, things like textiles, garments, shoes, toys. Given that the labor market reforms have just been notified at the end of November last year, so just 2 months ago, that dovetails beautifully with this. The lost opportunity of the US market has been greatly offset by the fact that we now get preferential access to the European Union. And especially we get access relative to the likes of China and Vietnam, which have sort of
is it true?
been
Is
the
it true?
leaders in
Is it true, Sanju?
Past years.
Sanju, is it true that, you know, on the one hand, government will heavily tax what it calls sin products like alcohol, luxury goods, sugary drinks, and the 40% slab in India for all of this stuff. But, you know, wine isn't exactly a soft drink. Will wine come at zero duty? Chocolate isn't exactly like, you know, it's not high protein. Is it true that chocolate and wine from Europe is going to be allowed in here? Why do we have to give them that? Would that ensure consistency of policy between Indian and foreign products in the same categories?
You know, Arnab, I first and foremost want to say that let's not miss the woods for the trees. Let's look at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is this view, which you've actually, explained pretty concisely in your introduction. I think the most important thing is this, that we all know India and EU together account for 25% of global GDP, 1/3 of global trade, and more than 23% of world population, so on and so forth. I always say that you have to look at the track record of the FTAs that the Modi government has signed since 2021. Have they benefited us? The answer is yes. You know, be it the India-Australia FTA, the India-Mauritius FTA, the India-Oman, India-UK, India-New Zealand FTAs, which were signed last year, or for that matter, the India-EFTA FTA. EFTA comprises Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. So the limited point is the track record shows that any FTA that the Indian government has signed till date, it's not been lopsided. It has benefited us, and we've had a comparative advantage. Yeah. That's my point number one. My point number two, very quickly, is this, that under the aegis of the India-EU free trade agreement, you will have access, when I say you, I mean we Indians, we will have access to $500 billion worth of the EU's chemical market. We will have access to $744 billion worth of the electronics market of the European Union. We will have access to $572 billion worth of pharma market in the European Union. And we will have access to $263 billion of the European Union's textile market, $100 billion worth of duty-free access to the European Union's leather market, $79 billion worth of zero-duty access to EU jewelry market. So when I say we will have access in all the categories that I've mentioned now, chemicals, engineering, textile, leather, pharmaceuticals, we will have zero-duty access. So I think this opens up a huge market for us. The rough statistics given by the government or
can I get the other? I want to keep the discussion going. The fundamental point that Sanju is making tonight is that there is going to be give some, lose some. I mean, let's be practical here. I don't think any of you, Santosh ji or Selim or Priyanka, could have cut a deal where you give nothing. But the question also should be what we gain. I have no problem if you get a better biscuit than this Parle or cheaper biscuit than Britannia. Why should we be denied? Is the Indian economy going to be run on the basis of cookie biscuit economics? No. Fruit juice cookie biscuit economics? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And if for a reason you are saying, okay, let them sell wine, let them sell wine. The Europeans are sentimental about wine. But we in turn get access in textile, leather, footwear, gems, jewelry, chemicals, which are labor intensive. Let them sell wine, no. That kind of wine only Shubhranshu can afford. So who cares what wine they are selling in the market? Sell them, see, it's a good deal. But if you want to criticize, being a democratic network, I will allow you. Santosh, Selam and Priyanka, either of you can have a go.
Arnab,
Selam goes first. Okay, Selam goes first. Fast.
When it comes to any deal, I would not, there is no dichotomy, is a good deal or a bad deal, right? Every deal has its merits, every deal has its demerits. Okay, in the short term, it's very good for the textile sector because they get to export a lot into EU. It could offset immediate losses that we have incurred because of increase.
So that's good. No, a textile seller in Tirupur in Tamil Nadu will go straight from Tirupur to Turin.
Exactly. But my concern is what happens long term.
What happens long term?
Why do we have so many, for example, automobile companies coming and setting up, for example,
let them come. What's the problem?
No, they're coming. I want them to come. But a lot of companies such as Mercedes, BMW, Audi have come and set up factories here because the import taxes were extremely high. The export tax,
let them come. No, it's
high.
Good for some Indian companies to get competition.
Let me complete. No, but what the problem here is, now if the taxes on luxury cars are drastically reduced, there is no need for them to set up factories in the long term, which means that the factory expansion won't happen. The automobile sector might have a problem in the long term. That is why the shares of Indian automobile companies have reduced by 4%. I'm not making it up, no. And again, to begin with, European Union anyways had a low entry barrier. For example, average taxes for Indian.
Are you saying Indian car companies should be protected forever?
No, let me speak. No, after that you can ask me questions. I'll answer patiently. But the EU, right, imports into India were anyways taxed from 10% to 150%. So they were much higher. So which means the EU stands to gain more simply because our entry barrier was much, much higher than the European Union's. And again, European Union has a lot of compliance like traceability rules, non-tariff barriers such as carbon border adjustment mechanism, sustainable.
But look at what they are giving us also, no, Selam. See, look at what they are giving us. Let me take the example of leather and footwear. Isn't that great, Priyanka? That we are leather and footwear will go from 17 to 0, which means Indian leather companies, footwear companies, right, from the major clusters, Vellore, Ambur in Tamil Nadu, Kanpur to Agra, Uttar Pradesh, where they will now really move into the European market. So Priyanka, this gives...
Let's not talk about